evening, and you join us here at the Lech Walesa Celebrity Baths Cafe Exhibit Space and Otter Stuffing Plant here in the heart of London's bustling North Bits for the 10th anniversary bonanza of one of the most mediocre and under-listened to podcasts, The After Movie Diner. Lech couldn't be with us tonight, as being a former electrician, he disagrees strongly with the way they wired in the lighting dimmers here at the baths and has shunned the space ever since. That doesn't mean the space isn't filled with the sort of glitterati and celebrity hangers-on one would expect to find at one of Ainsley Harriot's orgies. Far from it. From the red carpet here, for example, I can see that Neddy Shent from BBC Two's It Ain't Half Hot Mum reboot is here, wearing, as has become usual at these events, nothing but a shuttlecock and a flag emblazoned with the logos of his corporate sponsors. Chatting with the press further up the dais, there's Dame Ursula Tits, actor, writer, feminist icon, antagonizer of goats, pugilist, and third-time winner of the Most Hair Prize from her native Sweden, where she now resides with her husband Adolf, who likes to spend her money buying statues of small nude boys urinating. And stepping out of their limousine now, which is really just two welded together Citroen 2CVs covered in black Hombrol paint and with a crude carving of what appears to be a chimpanzee's buttock stuck on with blue tack in place of a hood ornament, it's the mildly well-known pianist German Kapopelwind, who will be performing a version of his 1983 hit single, She Was Made for Kitchen Love, but with all the references of sticking aubergines in people replaced with platitudes to this barely known movie podcast that really doesn't deserve even the mildest of fanfares. And lastly, as the audience is starting to take their seats, having narrowly avoided being forced to purchase some overpriced lemonade and a purse full of peanut shells and spittle that sponsor Pirelli tires are throwing angrily at people in the foyer, host Damon Krunks has taken to the stage and urges everyone to turn up their cell phones and, if at any point they feel even mildly aroused, to take full advantage of the orchestra pit, which has been lined with mattresses and old copies of What Halibut magazines. The lights are now dimmed, the loud annoying rustling has started, someone is explaining to their grandmothers that no, this isn't the bathroom and could you possibly wait till the interval, and we are all preparing our earlobes with the provided Swarfiga for the theme music.
You're listening to the sweet sounds of the After Movie Diner. Support us at patreon.com/After Movie Diner. Or I'll punch you in the teats. Rate and review us on iTunes, Earthling. And now, here's your host, John Cross.
Yes, that's right. I am John Cross. And yes, this is the 10th anniversary special episode of the After Movie Diner. Now, anyone who follows me on social knows that the 10th anniversary was actually a couple of months ago, but since then life has happened, which happens, and that's why there wasn't an episode right up front. However, we're still technically in the 10th year of the After Movie Diner, so we are going to be celebrating the 10th anniversary, the 340 plus episodes that we've done of this show between now and Christmas, with hopefully a variety of special guest co-hosts and other such things. But right out of the gate, this episode is extraordinarily special because it does a couple of things that this podcast has done for me, which I just consider magical. One is it celebrates a great indie film from filmmakers that I met exclusively through this podcast, but have subsequently become great friends. And secondly, it gets to shine a light on that indie film so that hopefully more people discover it, watch it, and enjoy not only this particular film, Heard She Got Married by filmmakers Charlie Roxburgh and Matt Farley, but also the other great films that are in their catalog. If you are not aware of who Charlie Roxburgh and Matt Farley are, then you need to go back and listen to multiple episodes of this podcast and maybe even some episodes of the Motern Media infomercial podcast that Matt hosts on occasions that kind of delve into his work. There's also an article on aftermoviediner.com, which I will link in the description of this episode that explains exactly who Matt and Charlie are. Or let Matt Farley himself explain exactly who he is and what he does by watching the movie Local Legends, which is currently available on Amazon Prime to rent or buy. It's also available to buy on Blu-ray from Gold Ninja Videos. So please do go that extra step and buy the Blu-ray if you're at all interested after listening to this podcast, because Gold Ninja Video is a wonderful independent Blu-ray distributor from Canada. And Matt Farley and Charlie Roxburgh are phenomenal and fantastic independent movie makers from New England. None of this will be going to any big corporations, so probably better to buy the Blu-ray than watch it on Amazon Prime. But if you want to watch it on Amazon Prime, it's to rent now. Local Legends. It's a fantastic film, and it'll explain everything that Matt Farley and Charlie Roxburgh are all about. Anyway, with all that said, this episode is going to be fantastic. We have compiled the cast and crew from the latest movie from Charlie and Farley, Heard She Got Married, which is currently available to buy over on Vimeo. The link will be in the description of this podcast. So you can go watch the film and then come back here to listen to this episode. But we have got people on here who have never been interviewed on the After Movie Diner before, as well as some old friends like Jay Mayo, Matt Farley, and Charlie Roxburgh. So sit back and relax and listen to this conversation all about the movie Heard She Got Married by filmmakers Charlie and Farley, and all the interviews that we have in store for you on this very special episode. Thanks so much for listening. Thanks so much for listening for 10 years. Thanks so much to all the people who support us on Patreon. You can go over and do that yourself at patreon.com/After Movie Diner. Don't forget to follow us on socials. If you don't want to become a sponsor on Patreon, you can also support us by buying us a coffee or donating directly on our website. Both buttons are available on aftermoviediner.com for you to support. Why not? It's the 10th anniversary. The least you could do is show your appreciation for the years that we've been doing this. So anyway, all right, hello and welcome to the 10th anniversary episode of the After Movie Diner. That's right, 10 years of this bollocks. Who would have thunk it? And the longest running co-host that we've ever had. In fact, he was a guest host, but now co-host, who has been doing it for 8 years, because your first episode where you were, I mean, you've been doing it a bit longer, but the first episode you did where we were in a diner and it was the 2nd year anniversary episode was Pacific Rim.
Oh, yeah, that was a good one, too, because it was bloody awful. And there was lots to kick it for. I mean, there was lots to give it a good kicking for. And I felt like it deserved a kicking. It wasn't like we weren't punching down.
No, it really did deserve a kicking. But what's good about it was that for our 2nd year anniversary, we decided, let's finally take the show to the diner, which we hadn't done before. It was the first time in a diner. It was the 2nd anniversary episode. And it was the first time where you were kind of becoming or going to become the regular co-host, even though you had done some guest spots before then.
Where variety went to die.
Yes. And what was interesting was that going through all the episodes, because I wanted to count up exactly how many episodes you, Jim Wallace, was on as co-host. And you've been on, this will be your 153rd episode.
Wow, that is a lot of bollocks.
It is a lot of bollocks, a lot of waffly bollocks. But yeah, 153 episodes, but 53 is my lucky number. So even though 153 is not divisible by 53.
So no, it's like 100 times better. That doesn't work mathematically, but we can just move on.
But it's good. It's a good omen, I think. And secondly, as I say, 8 years you've been doing it. But what's interesting is we didn't consistently do the you and me in a diner thing for like a whole other year. If you look at the episodes, we did the Pacific Rim one, and then there's still a bunch of other guest hosts, and you come back occasionally, like in that 3rd year.
Yeah, you're just not that sure. You know, you don't want to throw your lot in with, you know what I mean, with just one idiot when there are other idiots, you know, available.
Either that or our schedules at the time did not allow the week in, week out.
That's not my my memory is I was quite keen on doing it more regularly. You were less sure. You were okay. I don't think people want to like, no, actually, to be fair, it wasn't about other people, it was about you. I think you wanted to keep talking to other people and discussing movies with other people, and like having it be like the idea of a diner was less like the diner movie thing and more the talking to lots of different people about movies thing.
Well, there was also, if you look at the episodes from the third year, there was also a ton that I had that was tied into interviews and stuff that was coming out that we hadn't yet, like at that time, we were still just doing movies that we'd seen in a theater and gone to the diner. We weren't doing the odd episode as we have done, where we would see a movie either in your apartment or my apartment or whatever, and then go to a diner. So there was a lot where if a movie was coming out and it was tied to an interview, or if it was an old movie, or if it was a series of movies, or if it was a guest host like Philly, for example, in Sweden, who I'd kind of said, hey, let's do an episode, and it happened to fall then. Like there was, if you go through the episodes from the third year, there was a lot of different reasons why we kind of darted back and forth. And then by about the second half of the third year, going into the fourth year, you became the regular co-host. Either way, that's 7 years of you doing it more or less consistently with the odd guest.
Can I also say I am sad that has come to an end, because I do feel like the 10th anniversary is lovely and everything, but and I'm sure that at some point in the future we will go to a cinema and then talk about it in the diner afterwards. I am sad that every week we meet up on a Thursday, walk basically the length from Midtown to the Village, usually, right, along Manhattan.
I mean, either that or Uptown. We did some Lincoln Center stuff as well,
but it was mostly that walking, because most of the good ones were either those couple of art house ones in the Village, and then there was a good AMC one that showed some weird, because we were always after the weird ones, you know what I mean? And sometimes Times Square, I guess, like there was that period where it was like the Christian Slater movie and the Larry Fishburne movie. And there was like a period of a couple of months where the Cusack, the Bagman, like where there were genuine B movies being shown in Times Square.
But we always tried, especially while Movie Pass was happening, we tried not to do the AMC multiplexes and find movies that were playing in other places. And then we got AMC stubs, and that kind of just meant we were sort of doing either Lincoln Center or 42nd Street.
Yeah, we were a bit more. But then the choices weren't great then either. That brief golden period, there were loads of B movies, which we did used to see at the AMC in Times Square. That's mostly where they were, right at the top. Usually there was a tramp asleep in the front, right?
There was always bag people. Like we discovered that the AMC 25 or whatever they call it in Times Square was a haven, and why wouldn't it be, I guess, but a haven for the bums and hobos, which
a vision of our future, mate.
Which kind of strangely pleased me in a way, because you would think that, well, this is what always the feeling was with AMC, was that all the people running like security or the concessions booth, any of the kind of front-facing staff, were all kind of late teens, early 20s. They're all very young kind of people. And they're not really the ones who are going to approach bums and hobos and kind of say, sorry, mate, you can't come in. You know what I mean? They're just going to kind of go like, don't look at it. Like, just let them.
No, listen here. You're just abusing the system.
Yeah, right. No, they're going to like let it happen. And did you ever, in any of the times that we were in an AMC theater in New York City, did you ever see anyone who even looked remotely managerial and adult? Not once, right?
No, that's true.
Like it was literally like a massive multiplex.
They were all cowering in their offices, saying, "No bums. Kids. I don't want to see any bums."
But I liked it because it meant that invariably we would sit down. Normally, these smaller theaters showing like The Stranded or those movies were normally kind of the 50-seaters. They weren't like the big ones. And we would sit down, we'd think, oh, this is great. There's only like 3 or 4 people here. And invariably, just as the trailers ended, in would shuffle a bag lady or a bum or a hobo and kind of take over those front seats that no one ever sits in anyway because they're far too close to the cinema and screen. And you just kind of think, well, you're just robbing people blind, selling those seats for the same price as, all the other seats. Like that's just a an absolute criminal act, really.
It's a scam.
It's a scam.
Or scamola, or possibly scamola.
So it was scamette. But scam, I mean, no, I actually, as a cinema goer, I think that's a pretty hefty scam. If they go, well, we've only got seats left in the first 3 rows, by which you mean you will not see any of the movie and you will have a pain in your neck by the time you leave. I was always glad for those to be the hobo seats. That was always great.
Yeah, I agree, absolutely.
Although
Definitely.
It's one thing to be, if you're a hobo, to sneak your way into the labyrinthian, multi-floored AMC 42nd Street theater where you can there's plenty of areas to hide out, right, and kind of move from screen to screen. However, the most impressive bum in a screening that I ever saw in my history of going to movies in New York City was literally in the small downstairs screening room of Anthology Film Archives. Now, Anthology Film Archives has the big upstairs, really nice screening room. But then downstairs, they have a very small, I think it's really just benches. I don't even think there's separate chairs or anything. A very small screening room downstairs. And it's right adjacent to the ticket booth. And I was in there seeing One from the Heart, the Tom Waits, Francis Ford Coppola musical, on a really scratchy, shitty print. And this was my first couple of years in the city. And a bum with a full roll out foam bed, those little camping mattresses, a full roll out camping mattress, took over the first 2 rows of that tiny screening room, and later was in the bathroom washing his armpits, and no one said any. Everyone was just I'll just let him have it. Confronting this situation would be too much. So that was the most brazen, bum. I've really got to a point where,
AKA the ghost of Christmas future.
Right, exactly. That's where I'm getting to. I'm getting to wandering into the Anthology Film Archives 30 years
and you probably think, job well done.
Really, I know. I'm talking about
clean
this
armpits, Tom Waits movies. That's all you really ever want out of life, isn't it?
Right. And so fucking Siri, I'm going to throw this fucking watch in the garbage. Listen, if I get to a point where that is my life, I'll be A, more than happy, and B, please, people listening, take no negativity from this. I am impressed and applaud the bums, nay hobos of New York City for their wonderful cinema going efforts. I think it's fantastic. And I think more people should, I'd give over one entire screen, 100 seats or whatever. I'd be that's the hobo screen. And if they want to be in here all day watching movies back to back and whatever, here's the hobo bathroom, here's the hobo screen. Have at. You got 25 screens, AMC. Pick one and just be this hobo screen. And if you see,
to be fair, I think they did. It's just
we would go to that.
That's
screen.
why they put the Christian Slater movie on. They go, well, that could be the bum screening, obviously, and that's the one we chose to go to. That's the one. We are spiritually bums,
and they would be like, oh my god, it's those 2 people, Beardy and Baldy, who are going into the bum screening.
Yeah.
But that's what would happen. Anyway,
I've never thought of us as Beardy and Baldy before, but I guess that is what we are.
That is what we are. But no, there will be. So it's unfortunate because certainly had COVID not reared its head again after July 4th in the way that it has, I would certainly be more likely to plan a trip to New York. However,
I guess I would say probably the most transformative movie that I've seen through the diner over the course of those 8 years was the New York premiere of Local Legends in your apartment. I would argue the movie that most changed my actual life was that movie in your apartment, which was, in the sense, I left my apartment, I went to a place, I sat in the sofa and I watched a movie in a different, you know what I mean? But it was your apartment. But it was the official New York premiere.
It was the official New York premiere of Local Legends, was held in my 83rd Street, just off First Avenue, across the road. And
arguably probably changed your life a fair... No, I guess... Because I guess you've been in that movie.
Well, I was in that movie.
You'd already made that connection.
I had already made that connection. So nice segue. Let us talk briefly the history of Charlie and Farley on the Diner. So I was doing the Dola episodes with Nick and Phil. Charlie wrote to me to say, we love Don Dola too, and we make movies too. Would you mind if we sent you some movies? I said, that sounds fantastic. And they sent me Freaky Farley and Murder's Monster and Marriage in Manch Vegas. And I was so impressed with the fact that the movies had DVD covers, they were sent with postcards, the DVDs were printed, everything. All these other indie filmmakers who were sending me movies at the time, and I got a fair few, if they weren't YouTube or Vimeo links, like just digital links online, then they were like DVDRs with the name of the movie barely scrawled in Sharpie on the thing. Right. So that I would look at it and be like, I don't know what that is, Zombie Farm or something. You'd be like, Zombie Farm? I don't know what that is. It wouldn't encourage me to cover the movie. Right. You know what I mean? Because you'd look at it on your pile.
But the Freaky Farley cover is like, it's a cracker. It's a
cracker. It's a classic, as was the postcard that I got with it, because it was sort of this hand-drawn, mysterious thing. And I just really liked... And, it had the Don Dola connection. It sort of had a bunch of stuff going for it. And I watched those two movies back to back. I had Charlie and Farley on the show, interviewed them, was, readily and very impressed. And, it began a hopefully not only lifelong friendship, but a lifelong interest in their output and even the ability to appear sometimes in said output.
I was going to say, like, when I think of, when I'm like, God, what have I even done, with my life? Like when Coke Machine Glow 20-year anniversary. One of the things that crops up in my
no one's going to get that
I
reference.
Have done, so you don't, what I mean?
That's one of those references that you're saying, the Coke Machine Glow reference, where no one's going to get it. But what you mean is, in the past 20 years, what have I done in my life? Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So it's 20-year anniversary of an album that does not feel like it came out 20 years ago. And when I list out like things I'm happy that I did, other than, get married, honestly, in the top 3 is played an illegal fireworks dealer named Oil Can in the movie Slingshot Cops. Like, that's what it's like. I've done that. I have not pissed away my life because I did that.
Where does being co-host of the After Movie Diner stand in that list?
That is up there. That
if
is
being
up there,
in Slingshot Cops is in the top 3. Next, behind being married.
No, I mean,
153 episodes. Come on now.
If there's getting published, right? Yes. There's getting married and moving to New York.
Yes.
That's number 1. Yes. Getting published is probably number 2.
Yes.
Number 3 is probably playing a character named Oil Can.
Right. Yes.
In a movie named Slingshot Cops. Only because I've never been in a movie, and that's like, you did something if you're in a movie. Yes. But doing the diner regularly and being a regular co-host is it's up there. Top 5 maybe, I'd say, probably.
Well, it's like me. My I don't have a bucket list or whatever, but my unofficial list of things I would have quite liked to have done before I popped my clogs, was like perform in London, perform in New York, do some comedy, and be in a movie, and then like direct a movie. And I've directed a movie, to some extent. I have appeared on stage in both New York and London, doing music and comedy. And since I moved to the States, I have been in films, several of which were produced by Charlie and Farley, starting with Local Legends, and going through to Slingshot Cops, and the upcoming but not yet released Metal Detector Maniac, where you and I also star as kind of in the same sequence of scenes, so much in the same way that Oil Can and Willie John go throughout Slingshot Cops as sort of occasionally reoccurring characters. So same with although no, you're just in the beginning of Slingshot Cops, right? I'm in the middle.
I'm only in the beginning, okay. But I don't mind about that. I mean, Metal Detector Maniac is obviously a more memorable performance, I'm sure. Yes. But Slingshot Cops is the one where I get to say to people, I played an illegal firework dealer named Oil Can in the movie Slingshot Cops. It just trips off the tongue. Do you know what I mean?
It's fantastic. And
it just trips off the tongue.
And in true Farley fashion, like I'm sure other people would look at what I've done or what you've done or whatever, whether it's releasing albums, doing podcasts, being in movies, whatever, a lot of people would be like, yeah, but it's not a real podcast, is it? And yeah, it's not a real movie, is it? Yeah, but it wasn't like a real performance, was it, on London stage or whatever? And to me, using the Farley method, I'm like, no, they are complete. First of all, no disrespect to Charlie Farley, they are completely real movies as far as I'm concerned. They're on Blu-ray, they're on DVD, they're on Amazon.
They're more
Prime.
real movies than this is a real podcast. Let's be honest.
I mean, I don't know about that. This is a real podcast. I mean, it's shambolic, but it's a real podcast.
I didn't mean to shit on the podcast. I love the podcast.
It's the 10th anniversary, and so far I can't even get you to say a nice thing about it. But which is fine. That's in keeping with the Jim Wallace brand. It's
that's true. Yeah.
It's very on brand and within the mainstream.
Yeah. If I'm going to shop the brand around, do you know what I mean? Then, yeah.
But no,
I'm sorry. No, you're right. It is a proper podcast. I'm sorry, and it is up there in the top 5, genuinely. And especially, there were long periods where, if work was crazy or whatever, and I wasn't doing anything creative, I didn't have the time or didn't have the inspiration or whatever. I always felt that meeting up with you and talking about movies for the diner was like a creative act, and I was doing something. I wasn't just letting the days drift by. So it was very, very important when we were going, when we were meeting up and going to the movies, not just because we were meeting up and, talking bollocks and blowing off steam and whatnot, but just the act of talking about the movie and releasing the podcast did feel like, I did that. And being the bloke down the pub, writing all the Hammer reviews, that was a big thing for me. I'm still 2 movies away from being finished.
2 movies away from being finished. I'm going to publish another one this week.
I know you've got like three in the can of whatever. But anyway, we're moving off the point here, which is my seamless segue
into
the fact that although you and I
starred
in their last movie, Slingshot Cops, and we're going to be in their next movie, which is Mel Detector Maniac, the surprise movie of the year
of the
pandemic was an out of nowhere drop of a new Farley and Charlie Motern Media / Shock Marathons movie.
Yes.
Heard She Got Married.
Heard She Got Married.
Which
now
we
available.
Are going to review for the 10th anniversary of the Movie Diner episode, which I think is rather perfect.
It is rather perfect because, if nothing, this podcast is about not only championing some indie releases that we love, or some smaller or weirder releases that we love, but it's also about that the best reward one can get from creative endeavors is not fame, it's not money. The best reward one can get from creative endeavors is the community that forms around them. And
I would agree with that.
Thankfully, I have been exceptionally lucky to have many different communities that also kind of all intermingle, but many different communities that go through and intersect with the diner / miscellaneous plumbing fixtures as a kind of entity. And Charlie and Farley are, again, in the top 3 of most important kind of communities that I have found myself a part of, the local legend community, as we call ourselves. And I'm incredibly honored, and it is one of the greatest rewards to have come from the diner, because again, it has given us the opportunity to do some acting. It's given us the opportunity to do some music collaboration. It's given us so many opportunities and so many great things in our life, creative life and personal life, that it seems entirely fitting that for the 10th anniversary of this podcast that is really limping over the 10th anniversary finish line. It's really like
wheezing,
dragging its wheezing
and vomiting.
We're hoping that by covering Heard She Got Married, it reinvigorates both the podcast and the listeners and everything, and also gives Charlie and Farley some much needed coverage, media coverage, and also just praises everything that the diner is about. And so,
agreed.
Jim, to do something that I regret 98% of the time that I say these words, Jim, why don't you give us a rundown of the plot?
Well, I guess the plot could best be summarized by saying it's sort of local legends meets Don't Let the River Beast Get You meets Freaky Farley, right? That was like it's a blend of those
right,
three movies. While at the same time,
the plot? Right, but what's the plot?
I'm getting there. I'm laying the groundwork, mate. I'm laying the tonal groundwork.
You've become one of the.
I'm saying plot-wise,
yes,
it's a mix of those three movies. In that, the kind of self-starting musician of Local Legends comes back to his hometown somewhat, kind of in disgrace, like the character of Don't Let the River Beast Get You, and becomes embroiled in a kind of seeming...
it's a thriller, a murder mystery thriller, or a mystery thriller.
I'm getting it. Don't just jump in. Don't jump in and ruin me flow when I'm laying the groundwork. You're ruining the groundwork. It's like you're putting your big size 12
is this flow? Is it
in the wet concrete of my flow?
Your flow.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, you've got the character from Local Legends, comes back to his hometown, like Don't Let the Rubies Get You, and gets involved in kind of like a perverted, twisted plot line like Freaky Farley. Only, and this is the interesting thing about the movie, well, one of the many interesting things about the movie is that unlike every single other one of their films that is kind of a little bit, it's good humored, it's good natured, it's a bit silly, it's played for not exactly laughs, but it is supposed to be fun to watch the movies. Whereas this one takes the same elements of those films, like similar characters, similar feel, similar locations, but instead it becomes apparent that, and it's not that it's not funny, because it is, but it's just like you say, the tone of a dark psychological thriller. We are not quite sure what's going on and who is who and who they say they are and who's not and what's going on, and all these things under the surface, and all the same characters appear and they talk in kind of similar ways, and yet it's a totally different movie, and an incredibly enjoyable one as well. At least I really, really enjoyed it. I thought it was terrific.
Yeah, so off the bat, it's a fantastic film. Like it's a really, really fantastic film. It's available on Vimeo at a very reasonable price. The link will be in the episode description. So please, please, please go over to Vimeo.
Half the price of a New York cinema ticket, I would say.
At least. Yeah, I think it's $12. I think it's $12, but it's more than worth that amount. Like if you were paying $20 for it on Disney Plus or whatever, then you would be very happy. So I think it's on Vimeo, $12. Link will be in the podcast description. It's a fantastic movie. It's filmed in black and white, which definitely helps with the mood and tone because, especially Manch Vegas, River Beast, and Freaky Farley. The reason why I think of them as sort of a trilogy is there is that New England fall orangey glow to the three movies. I know Manch Vegas takes place in summertime, but there's still that sort of rustic, joyous glow to those three movies that kind of makes them a piece. Whereas this, like Local Legends, is in black and white. The difference being, though, is where Local Legends is... Local Legends is this, it's quasi documentary, quasi reality, quasi kind of storytelling. It's kind of like it's timeless,
right? It's the idea of timeless cinema, like Bergman or whatever. It's like you're watching something that is true for a number of ages. This is these things and these people have always been true. That kind of feel.
But because Fellini, right? But because
Fellaini was a Belgian midfielder for Everton with a huge afro, not Fellini, who made unforgettable Italian classic.
Or
sorry, Fellaini.
Jeff Fellaini, who cuts my ham down at the deli at my local supermarket. Local Legends very quickly, because of its fourth wall breaking, and its inclusion of kind of little documentaries about the subjects, like he mentions Moe's Haven, and then there's like this little break in the narrative to describe what Moe's Haven is. despite being in black and white, is sort of goofy from the get-go, allowing you to both enter Matt's world, but also kind of get the comedy and the surrealism of it. The reason why this one is different tonally is the black and white and the filmmaking of the black and white is definitely
wintry.
Well, it's wintry, but it's also definitely more consciously artistic and consciously thought out in a way. Charlie is definitely in where he can with the outdoor shots, especially, is giving room for the camera to breathe. While this also
like
being
the shots of Matt looking out over, like on the rock, particularly, right from behind when he's sitting on the rock looking out. They're like you say, they are stunning.
And because the narrative, doesn't break at any point, it's consistent throughout. And because it's a stripped down narrative, because this was sort of filmed during COVID, so it was definitely and filmed sort of with just a handful of the regular people that would normally appear in a much bigger Charlie and Farley production. It's, it does feel like a smaller movie, but it also feels like a darker movie, a more, it builds on the thriller elements more than it builds on the comedic elements. So even though the first time, so very quickly, the plot.
I'm sorry, I didn't do the plot. So I did the plot. I can do the plot very quickly. So a promising musician played by Matt Farley a few years back headed off on what was supposed to be a big tour. Now, all we know at the beginning of the movie is that something happened that went wrong, and he's sort of come back. Not exactly, he hasn't come back in disgrace. It's more like people are wondering why he's back and what he's doing. They're sort of surprised to see him, like that's kind of the reaction. It's like they're surprised to see him, but at the same time, they're not really, like they're not starstruck at all. It's a weird thing. They're like, oh, were you off on that big tour? And he's like, yeah, that didn't really work out. Oh, okay. Like no one seems that surprised.
Well, he was on the precipice of a big tour that was about to make him big, and he gets into a fight with his bass player.
Well, we don't know that straight away. We know that something happened on the tour, and then like as the movie goes on, small amounts are revealed about what that was. Right,
but that's me saying that he got into his fight with the bass player is
You're right. Yeah,
it's not giving anything away.
I'm guarding the plot secrets too closely. That's what I'm doing.
Well, that doesn't give anything away, but he got a fight, so it doesn't matter. He was on the precipice of being something big, right?
Yeah.
So he never makes it big, but he was on the precipice of being something big. A song was getting some radio play. People knew his name. He was about to go out on this big tour, got into a fight with his bass player. People don't really know what happened. There's no kind of detail about it until later in the movie, and I won't reveal any more than that. He comes home stating that his parents passed away and he got the house, so that he thought, well, now's a good time to kind of come home, regroup, write some more songs, see the old neighborhood, blah, 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 blah. And he is planning with, again, very local legendsy, is planning with a concert promoter, Millhouse, played by Millhouse G, in much the same way as Local Legends, to do a gig like under the tent at the farm kind of deal, which would be like a local gig, but a fairly big kind of reemergence of him as a musician kind of thing. And along the way, he is harassed by his postman or postal worker, who we initially meet trying to get a very large, cumbersome piece of furniture into his basement. And while Farley is walking around the neighborhood,
which is a great creepy beginning, like as the movie goes on, and you start to wonder, like, how creepy is the mailman, which becomes like quite an involving question. The beginning goes a long way to this like sense of disquiet around this guy.
Along with the whole homemade hot dogs thing, because there is, and what Charlie and Farley are so good at, because they obviously, outside of making their own movies, they did a series called Shock Marathons, a series of books that then became a podcast, where they would watch old VHS movies and review them. And they know the horror beats that an audience is going to like be listening out for. So when he kind of, when this creepy guy who we don't know anything about, who suddenly seems to be like following Farley around all the time and like just walking into his home and stuff, says things like, oh, and I make my own hot dogs. You go, oh yeah, what are the hot dogs made out of? You know what I mean? Like, you know, that's something that's going to like be a little earwig for the audience to be like, is he about to like kill Farley and make him into a hot dog?
Yeah.
And so that's one plot, is the mailman plot. And the subplot that is connected to that is Farley, outside of his time hanging out with the mailman, is kind of going around and spreading the seed of this weird mailman. There's talk about some nudie photos that the mailman.
Yeah, it sort of feels like he's embarking on what he even sort of describes as like being undercover, right?
Yes.
But what's weird is the reason he says undercover is the mailman becomes part of his band, taking the place of like an old friend, a collaborator who he's fallen out with, possibly over a woman. And there's kind of this tension between, he's rehearsing with this guy, and there's a lot of musical moments throughout the movie where he's rehearsing with the mailman, and the mailman's on bass. And the mailman's clearly really happy to be part of the band, and there's a lot of like, but as you say, there's this underlying creepiness about this nudie photo thing that Farley is kind of seemingly investigating, and he's partly trying to get his musical career back on track while at the same time trying to figure out what's going on with the mailman. And that's sort of the driving force, I guess, of the plot, right?
Yeah, those are the two different things that sort of, will he, and old local rivalries and old local kind of jealousies and things that come into play as well. But, at this stage, Farley and Charlie can create a world, or at least create the world of a town, kind of an eccentric New England town, in their sleep. They do it so well. And it's odd, do you say that all these movies that they've done take place in the same town, or are these just sort of different towns, and are they adjacent to each other? Is there a multiverse of the Charlie and Farley movies, or is it like one universe in which all these characters
I think they're all kind of like next door to each other, right? Because they do have different names and whatnot. So it's probably, I think it's probably like a multiverse where the town is the same but it has a different name, and the character's the same but they have different names. It's like the same, like slight tweaks in multiverse 1 versus multiverse 2 or whatever.
And just as Farley, just the same as Farley believing that, to be a filmmaker or a musician, you don't have to go to LA or New York. Their stories often have that vibe of, just because we're in the suburbs or we're out in the sticks or we're in New England doesn't mean we can't have mysteries. There are things going on to be investigated, whether you are in a big city or not. It creates this wonderful unifying feeling between all the movies, and unifying theme between all the movies, even though all the movies are very distinctly different in tone. That's sort of another thing that kind of plays into their oeuvre, if I can use such a pretentious word.
You can, mate. You can. Why not?
Oeuvre, or mise en scène, if I'm going to go, or mise en scène, sorry, if I'm going to be really pretentious, or mise en scene, if I'm going to be incorrect in my pronunciation. But the stuff that go, they're all tonally different and obviously different in plot, but they all have this overriding feeling to them and vibe to them and world building to them, and this is no exception. And I think also they've developed enough of an audience and enough of a shorthand that the nice thing about Heard She's Got Married is, if you are even remotely familiar with anything to do with either of the two guys who make these movies and this music, whether you've listened to the podcast, whether you've come across their poop songs, whatever it is, the shorthand is there so that when the movie starts, there's no explanation needed. You know what I mean? Like you're listening to a radio thing. Here's a song on the radio. Farley's walking along listening to it on the radio. And when Pete stops him and says, can you help me with this cumbersome thing in my basement or whatever, you're immediately like, oh, okay, I know this world. I know this town. I know these characters. Yes, they build on it. Yes, they develop them. Yes, they weave this kind of, mystery thriller story. But there's no need to. There's a wonderful shorthand that just cuts to the chase with her and she got married.
I think too, it's definitely possible. In fact, I'd be interested to hear from anybody where this was the first Motern shock marathons maybe they saw, because I think one of the things about Farley is he obviously usually play, even like Freaky Farley, he obviously plays like quite the hero, right? Usually like the button down, clean sweatered hero. And in this one, he's the same thing, right? He's as the movie begins, he's obviously like the hero of the story. He's the one walking around the town. He's like the melancholy, I was going to put it this way. Back to his hometown.
Off the back of this, I was going to put it this way. Normally, Farley plays what would traditionally be called maybe an anti-hero. But he's a heroic character who is normally unrelenting in the face of adversity. So as adversity comes to him, he bats it away with his either his attitude, opinions, or bonhomie, right? I'm just using pretentious phrases all over the place this episode.
Yeah. Bonhomie and mise en scène, all right. Well, at least you didn't mix up Fellini with Fellaini. That's what I'll say.
Jeff
I'm
Fellaini.
Never, ever going to forget that I did. Every time I even vaguely think I'm being clever, I'm going to remember the time I mixed up Fellini and Fellaini.
That's okay. That's fine. Everyone's okay with Fellaini. I like it. But the thing that is different about this movie is that, unlike the other ones, you actually feel that the adversity is getting to him in this.
Yeah, so that's true. That's true.
There are the other films, like River Beast, for example. He comes back. He's a bit of a disgraced tutor or whatever. But, he gets back in touch with his tutors and they sort of accept him back in. And while the town doesn't quite accept him and sort of laughs at him, he is not faced with adversity constantly going through his existence. Yes, his ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend or whatever throws water on him, and there's a lot of stuff about that. But you feel like he weathers that storm, and you always know he's going to come out on top. In this one, you feel the storm getting to him time and time again.
Well, and also he's not met so much with adversity, right, as disinterest. It's like people don't seem that bothered. Like, oh, he's got a show, but nobody goes because they don't really care. Like, he gets invited onto like the local public access show, and again, like nobody really cares. Like, he meets people like, oh, you're back, are you? Oh, okay. Yeah. Like, no, it's just in the face of, which I think, again, there's a lot about this movie that feels like more of a like the dark side of not getting what you want when it comes to creating art.
100%. That was the underlying.
How bitter and alienated that can leave you. And the more the movie goes on, which again it's really, really well done. And I'd be interested to ask you in a second, at what point you start going, is there something wrong with Farley? Like, is there something up? You know what I mean? Like, more than just he's a bit disappointed. Because for me, it was, and I think this is, how deliberate, I don't know, but as a mirroring device, as the same way you think that the mailman is creepy because of the way Farley gets locked in the cellar, there's a moment later on in the movie where Farley deliberately locks the mailman in the cellar for no real reason that you can see. And that's the moment I started thinking, is there something up with Farley, like the character,
Well, no, your first point, I mean, I know what you mean. Yes, there are various cues about just gone the midway point of the movie where you start to wonder about a lot of the characters. Actually, it goes from being a the mailman is creepy. Farley's the only one who believes in it. River Beast type movie where he's going to, reveal the truth about the mailman. It goes from that to being a bit more of a kind of who done it. Like all the characters in the film begin to
what's
feel
going on here? Yeah,
a little
and
suspect.
how much could Farley? He starts to become a bit of an unreliable narrator, almost a little bit.
But then all the people he comes in contact with are sort of unreliable in their own way as well, or suspicious in their own way as well.
Speaking of which, could we jump in
really
here briefly
well
and talk about Jay Mayo's powerhouse performance?
I can, but the very interesting thing that I want to talk about quickly before we do the Jay Mayo praise, because he's amazing in it, as is McGee. The thing I think you are completely correct about, and what I find fascinating and what I want to talk to Farley and Charlie about is that, again, this feeling of everything else, all the other movies they do, his podcast, his reaction to when people call him a Spotify spammer, whatever it is, all of it is about finding your own creativity, your own world, your own positivity, your own community, your own thing. And don't tell me I have to do it a certain way to be successful. I'm going to define my own success. Right. I'm going to define my own creativity. I'm going to whatever. And I've always sort of done the same. But along with that, I've nowhere near had the success that Farley's had, but I've certainly had some of the failures, in the sense that, there are days when I'll put out an album, or I'll put out a podcast, or I'll put out an interview, or I'll put out something where I think to myself, like, this is the one. This is the one. Like, this is the best interview I could have done with Peter Weller, or this is the best album I could have done, or whatever. And I put it out.
How does the lead singer of the Mantigoats talking about his favorite slasher films not completely explode?
Right, exactly. How is it that when I put this stuff out, even when I put money behind it, even when I tell everyone about it, even when I continually promote it, how is it not setting the world on fire? And then you have to kind of take a step back and you have to go, right, but did it set enough of your world and your community on fire for it to be at least buoying you to go to the next thing, whatever the next thing is? And Farley's talking a lot about the fact that Moe's Haven isn't as successful as he wished it was. The fact that the quote unquote serious songs that he does aren't as successful as he wished they were. The
Big Heist, which is mostly the anchor of this movie, right? It's mostly Big Heist songs.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And that poop songs, or that his comedic songs, are the ones that earn him the money, and everything else is while it's fantastic to his real fans, and while it should be more popular, it's probably a constant kind of like, what do I have to do? And the answer to Matt Farley is, what I have to do is make poop songs, and get a living off this, and then hope that one day, either a single movie or a podcast episode or a serious song kind of somehow finds its audience and its voice. Rarely, though, does Farley let that disappointment or let that negativity fester too much in the output that he puts into the world. What I found very interesting and actually very relatable and great about Heard She Got Married was that underlying sadness of why when I feel like the character feels like his creativity was so poised on the brink of success, no matter what he does or how he tries to overcome that, nothing's going to work.
Although arguably on that point, though, just in terms of the movie, what becomes clear later on in the movie is that he caused his own downfall because of a character trait of because I guess of the relationships, that end up really defining his bitterness. That characteristic is what causes this whole thing to happen, that he can't let go of either.
Right. But no, I thought it was interesting to see, and I wonder how intentional it is and wonder how personal it is, because you always think on one hand, especially because Scalzo is the name of his
of his partner, right?
Of his partner in Moe's Haven, his musical partner in Moe's Haven, and he's using the name Scalzo in this as the kind of the bass player that beat him up that is now with the girl he likes and da 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 da.
I really, really enjoyed the movie, and it wasn't just the same thing as why I enjoy River Beast or Local Legends, where it's very it's good natured, it's escapist, but at the same time it's believable. And the one thing I wanted to say, which I realized while I was watching this movie, is that yes, they know how to make a movie. They know how to make a beginning, a middle, and end. I've talked about that before. And yes, that's not easy. But actually what they do, I realized, is that they create genuinely immersive worlds that I believe in. At a certain point, I believe in Farley's character being that guy and what he's going through and where he's coming from. And everything in the world is real and immersive to me. And I forget, as any good movie should, I forget that I'm watching a film and I'm in that world and I'm intrigued to know what's going on and what's up with Farley and what's up with the mailman. And, he does keep appearing in the garden of the woman that he, used to be keen on. And it's kind of a bit creepy. And there's all these like what's going on and all this stuff under the surface. And it's really well handled in how subtle it is. I mean, I agree with you. It's about, that they know the beats, but to create consistent worlds that are believable and that you can escape into as a viewer and just experience that world is really, really hard to do. And you and I both watched our fair share of not great low budget movies where nobody, even though everyone's pretending as hard as they can, no one comes close to making you believe that this is real and this is what's happening.
Right.
And it's a real gift.
And one of the great things about it is we all know these guys or have met these guys in reality. But when I put in a Charlie and Farley movie, I never put it in and go, I'm just going to watch my mates, dick around for an hour and 20 minutes. I put it on and I mean, obviously there's that moment he walks up and I go, oh, it's Pete playing a character. There is that. Right. But then after that, I'm only interested in what character is he playing and what character is Farley playing. And I'm able to distance myself from the fact that I've met these people, that I've even been in one of these movies. Even when I watch Slingshot Cops, I'm part of the world. I don't watch it and go, oh, there's me hanging out with my friends. It's very immersive and it's very well done.
And actually, we were just about to talk about, Jay Mayo is a great example of a guy that we know very well, who runs his own podcast, he's a different guy, when you're with him, then slightly, he has a persona when he's on the podcast. Not that's divorced from that, but everybody has their podcast persona, just like I do and you do. But when he's playing the copper, I totally buy him as a cop, the Judy, and I forget it's him, and he's the cop, and he knows the guy, and he has to go to his boss, and he's just doing it on the side. It's all, and he's so believable and and funny, but also it's just it's. I mean,
him and McGee. Him and McGee could be their own spin-off movie quite happily.
Definitely, I would definitely like to see a McGee and Mayo join.
And instead of a Slingshot Cops, I would like to see it be a more hard-boiled,
definitely.
Dark,
it would have to
be thriller with the two of them would be fantastic. I think that the other thing that they do incredibly well in this movie, which almost makes me want to see a movie where they don't do this and they completely play it straight. But the fact that there is the language that we're used to and the humor that we're used to in this movie, and yet the overriding feeling of the movie is still of a dark thriller is equally amazing. And also the live music, there are music performances in this movie, much in the same way that there are in Local Legends. And at no point do you go, oh, okay, this is just Matt kind of putting music in. You realize it's part of the plot. It feels like part of the plot. They're playing characters within those musical scenes, and it still maintains the thriller vibe, despite, some of the more comical language, despite the hiding behind the curtain seemingly being a sexual element to it, even though they're just hiding behind the curtain. and kind of making that out, making more out of that than there is. The fact that he constantly refers to the bit of furniture at the beginning as sort of this cumbersome piece of furniture, and the fact that it's just such a obscure and weird thing to be doing. Like, despite it still being very much in the vein of their other films, the fact that they're able to weave that, language and comedy into something that still turns out to be, and I don't just mean the final twist in the movie, but the ongoing overriding vibe of the movie is,
it's like it's disquiet and unease.
Yes.
And everybody's playing their role as like, I live in every town USA and I'm just bumbling along, just like they do in the other movies. But here there is there's an unease about that, and there's a disquiet about that. And a lot of that, I think, is to do with two things. And I'll just finish up with this. For me, I think the two things that stand out are the music, although like the Farley written songs are great, but the music, the incidental music, like the sound of the movie, that kind of melancholy keyboard that goes through does like a lot of work in creating that melancholy but disquieting vibe. And then Charlie's camera work, which is, as you say, like exactly like you said, like letting the camera breathe a little bit. Everything lingers a little bit, and that in itself, the way he shoots things. And the timing of scenes and the way people are talking to each other, there's just a slight melancholy and just a little less pace, just taking a little pace off it brings it this whole different vibe of unease. And it's just really, really well done. And I really enjoyed it. I thoroughly recommend it to everybody. It's worth 12 quid of anybody's money.
Yes. And
you'd own it forever. So why wouldn't you do that? And you'd be supporting people who, made a film in a pandemic, and a brilliant one where they didn't just, try out the greatest hits, and they could have done it in a pandemic. They decided to push themselves and make something totally different. And I really wasn't sure what to expect because I knew it was going to be different. I knew that much going in, and I wasn't sure they could pull it off, but it was so involving and gripping, and it was just great. And I loved it.
Yeah, me too. It was a really great effort. I will talk more about it with both Charlie and Farley and Jay Mayo on separate occasions, because I'm going to try and get some of that in here as well.
Yeah, good plan. I like it. That sounds a good plan.
But thank you ever so much for your part in both the history of the diner, this 10th anniversary, and being my wingman, not only on audio, but also in the films of Charlie and Farley. I like that more often than not, we will be appearing together. And I hope that's a trend that continues. And I know that they're set to film yet another film soon. And so you must come up for that if we can get
I would love to, mate. I would love to. That sounds good.
Okay, so we now take a short break for everyone to adjust their trousers. Done? Jolly good. And don't forget, if you're enjoying this podcast, you can support us over at patreon.com. That's patreon.com/aftermoviediner. Or go over to aftermoviediner.com and donate directly through the website for one time only, or buy us a coffee utilizing the button on the website. Or follow us on the socials, anywhere where the words After Movie and Diner are all slammed together and a little @ symbol precedes them. That be me. So come follow us. Come get into a chat about a movie or two. So without further flapping of my voluminous gums, it is now time to introduce to the podcast the brains, hearts, bodies, and limbs behind this very film. The people who put the blood, the sweat, and the tears into creating Heard She Got Married. The people who took the rough, dusty hewn coal and crushed it and crushed it and crushed it until it became the shiny diamond that is this film. It's none other than the most prolific songwriter of all time and wonderful actor, writer, and director Matt Farley, and phenomenal film director and editor Charlie Roxburgh.
Thank you. Thanks for doing this. I'm pumped.
Listen, the 10th anniversary of the After Movie Diner meant that we needed to do something special.
You know what's funny? With this being 10 years for you, it makes me realize like how early in the podcast you were when we discovered you, you know? Like it was very good time.
Yeah, I think we started the Dola episodes around like episode 30 or something. I think in our end of our first, beginning of our second year, I think.
Yeah, and we ever since.
Yeah, and then Charlie, I think, emailed me shortly after that. But no, because it's the 10th anniversary and we wanted to do something special, and the only thing I could do to get Jim out of hiding was, it was his idea. It was like, let's do Heard She Got Married. I was going to write a review of it. I may still write a review of it, but he said, let's do it for the podcast. And I thought, that's a fantastic idea. He said, if there's anything worth celebrating on the 10th anniversary, it's the people and the community and the films and things that we have not only found, but also kind of become a part of over the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And the kind of local legend, Motern Media Shock Marathons kind of community has welcomed us with open arms. So we figured for our 10th anniversary, we'd pay it back. You know what I mean? Or whatever that is.
Yeah.
So that was the whole idea behind it.
Yeah, and we'll tweet all about it. This is going to be like the definitive source about Heard She Got Married. I like it.
That's the plan. For the first time ever on this podcast, we've got Pete coming on tomorrow.
I heard. That's exciting.
Yeah, I'm talking to Pete, and then I'm talking to Jay Mayo on Friday.
I'm hoping, yeah.
And then that'll kind of give us a nice wraparound. I could ask Sharon Scalzo. We're friends on Facebook. I could ask her, see if she wants to come on the show. The only one that's elusive, of course, is the great McGee, but he doesn't do many of these things. So
nah. You gotta just find him at the beach, like I did last week.
If he had a footman, like who someone who he like sparred with, like Odd Job, who was also a technology person, who would come over and place the camera in front of him and say, "All right, talk now, McGee."
Yeah.
Then maybe that could fly, if he's not busy. But other than that, no, you're not gonna.
Okay, so that's got to be an idea in one of your future movies. Is McGee having a footman?
He spars with.
Yeah. I have to say that picture you posted, Matt, of meeting McGee on the beach. I mean, he is jacked. I mean, I always knew he was a big guy, but my goodness, his arms look arms look like Godzilla's thighs.
Well, and it was legit. We're just me and Elizabeth and the kids were getting some food, and suddenly Joanne and Kevin McGee are there. I'm like, Hollywood. And his wife immediately was just rolling her eyes, and McGee was, taking it all in like he should. It was beautiful.
Wow. Awesome. That is fantastic.
Like, let me put my arm here and
that was fantastic. He did us proud. The former professional athlete Frank Stone. Just fantastic. Well, gentlemen, first off, Heard She Got Married is an unmitigated success. I don't know if I'm using the word unmitigated, but I think I'm using it correctly. But it is an absolute success. A phenomenal film. Jim and I both loved it. Just fantastic. And what I'm most excited about is obviously on your podcast, Matt, the Motern Media Infomercial Podcast. Everyone subscribe to it today. You have announced that basically yours and Charlie's plan is going forward to kind of do 2 of these types of films a year. Is that correct?
Yeah, and we're already mildly regretting the announcement. As we look at the calendar, like just before talking to you, I was talking to Charlie, and I'm like, Charlie, we need to amend our plans because everything takes a little longer than you want it to, and it's very hard to be like editing one project while writing another project. However, we've done the 2 for this year. With Metal Detector is very close to being finished, and we definitely think we can do it. And announcing it to the world is going to motivate us that much more because we don't want to let you down.
Well, that's true. I mean, I've learned the hard way the number of times in this fickle business that I've announced that we're going to be doing a certain thing, and then someone gets ill or someone refuses. Like there's a number of interviews where the PR person has said, "Oh, this person will definitely be on your show. Here's the date and time." And then you get to the date and time and the PR person says, "Sorry, they've come back from vacation and said no," or whatever. That I've announced, "Oh, I'm going to have so-and-so on the diner," only to find out that no, I won't. So I learned the hard way, never make a public announcement.
Yeah, but we get it. We're all just barely trying to make things work, and but I think we can keep the pace. And if we don't keep the pace, maybe it means we make 8 movies in 5 years, which is still amazing.
Still amazing. Listen, any movies, even an annual movie, would be phenomenal. And your fans and friends would line up around the block and wait for that movie to drop every year. So, don't be too hard on yourselves. Obviously, we want the 10. We will hold you to the 10. But if it doesn't happen, we're happy with 1. But don't let the other fans and friends, don't let them know that I told you that. Because really, we want the 10.
Oh yeah. We're pretty relentless, and I mean we have more than 10 ideas, So it's really
right.
It's not about that. It's really the logistics, but I mean so far so good, and making this movie went about as good as you could expect, I'd say. Yeah.
So I was listening to the podcast where you covered the film the other day on the Motern Media infomercial podcast. And you did something a bit different than you've done previously with this, and Charlie, maybe you can speak to this as well, being behind the camera. But you swapped out cameras for this one, and you kind of went with a sort of a built-in mic on the camera. Is that correct? No kind of external audio?
Well, we had a XLR cable running directly into the video camera.
Okay.
So there's no exterior, there's no slating, there's no other device that's recording. Everything is in perfect sync from the time you record. And yes, it sped up everything. It sped up filming. It was more important, I think, for speeding up editing, to not have to sync things up. The quality was quite good. And because we kind of, this was kind of a smaller movie, a lot of interiors, whatever we could, manage to film at that time, it suited itself well to that also. It's hard to sometimes get out in the woods with a big long XLR cable. Like some of the shots in River Beast would have been a little bit of a challenge, that kind of thing. But this was like, okay, just using a mic stand, get it just off frame. We don't have to rely on a boom person, and we're getting really good audio from the get-go with this shotgun going right in. So we're not using the onboard mic. Right. We're not using anything that's built into the camera. We have a nice Audio-Technica shotgun, but it's just running straight in with XLR, and it was lovely.
So much easier. Saves a person on set, saves time, saves syncing later on.
It adds stress to me because you're tethered. I know I've talked to a couple camera guys or director people who will not do that and just can't handle it. Or if they're actually like it's their job and they're like, you know what, no, this is not me. But it's a little crazy because you want to run around on the set, and if you're wearing headphones and you've got like a mic plugged into the camera, you're kind of like you're encumbered. But I still wouldn't change it. The pros outweigh the cons.
Most definitely. And, it would also, sometimes a limitation can be a form of creation, right? So if you had to keep the camera on sticks, for example, if you had to keep the camera set, it maybe gives you more time. And I think this happens a lot in Heard She Got Married, where we really felt, I think the expression I used was, you really give the camera the ability to breathe a little and the shots a little bit to breathe. If you are kind of stuck to one place, you can build the frame, right? You can put in the frame how you like, and it's not so much about the movement, but more about the kind of creation of the frame. Would that be fair to say?
Oh, more than fair. Yeah, exactly. Spot on. We had time on this one, especially when it was shots with Farley and Pete, because they we all are in the same boat, and we know how the pain of filming and the time and everything. It's awesome fun, but it's time, and we're used to it. So we're kind of like, you know what, just give me a second. I'm going to get these lights here a little different. let's look at it together and see if this framing is good. And, if it took us an extra 10 minutes to walk a little farther up the hill for me to get a wider shot of Mayo, and I just kept walking up that hill, like, what? It could fly here. This is okay. But I'm just going to keep walking and then call those guys on the phone and say, all right, camera set, action. And then they walk, So we had to do stuff like that. But we took our time with the frames, yes, as much as we could.
But with all the time you were saving on the on the radio mics or the separate audio recording, you have that extra 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry, Matt. You were going to say, Matt. Sorry.
Well, and like Charlie said, like if it's me and Mayo or if it's me and Pete, then Charlie especially knows, like, all right, these guys don't mind, like we don't mind just standing there while he tinkers with things, and there's a great freedom in that. Versus if it's someone who we know only has 2 hours, then it's kind of like, all right, we got to go high speed mode. But some of us have nothing else to do, and so we're happy to just hang out.
And so one other question about kind of the filming aspect of it. The film is in black and white. The last time you guys did something like that, or Matt specifically you did, was Local Legends. Outside of that, the kind of trilogy of films that I kind of came to know you for, which was kind of Freaky Farley, Manch Vegas, and River Beast, all have that kind of autumnal glow about it. Talk to me about filming in black and white and some of the benefits, but also maybe some of the drawbacks of that.
Okay, I'll go first. Benefits, it's easier to match stuff. Matching locations, which we have to do across different states and different people's houses. I bought whatever props were cheapest without regard for color.
Yeah.
For example, Jay Mayo's wearing, or Pete was wearing a bright orange, neon, like orange hat as a delivery man. But we're like, you know what? I had this hat sitting around. It was $2, and I'm not going to buy a new thing because we don't have to worry about that.
Right.
So so for matching and things like that, it was nicer. I felt like we could push the silhouettes and some of the moodiness a little bit more on this one too.
Yeah.
And also the tone was right. We made it just a pretty small movie by ourselves with some darker themes, and everything was kind of pointing in that direction, where the other ones have a lot of freewheeling, playing in the river and shooting hoops and frolicking with the beast and stuff. You got it. Yeah, autumnal New England is definitely one of our things too. But no, this worked out pretty well, and everything kind of came together.
And Matt?
Yeah, well, I love black and white. I just especially if you're shooting digitally, I feel like the black and white takes away from some of the hyper brightness or when it's too HD kind of. And especially because I'm not good. I edited this one, and like Charlie's good at adjusting the colors in the editing room to take away some of that harshness. Whereas I don't have the skill or patience to do that. So I just press the black and white button and boom, problem solved.
Yeah, there's no color temperature with the black and white. So it even if you have a cheaper camera, which I know you have a better camera, but even when you have a cheaper camera, I think it was Tarantino that said years ago, like if you're a student, you want to just go out and make a film, shoot it on any piece of crap and then make it black and white, up the contrast a little bit, and it's going to look so much better than if you did that with a cheap mini DV color thing, because you'll look at it and you'll go, that looks like it was shot on video, but you shoot it on black and white and it gives you that added look and feel to it. Well, I mean, and obviously it fits the tone. So let's talk a little bit about the story. This one's obviously a darker story than we're used to from you guys. However, it still maintains the love of language that you guys always put into your films, and it still maintains your unique sense of humor, but yet has this wonderful sort of mood and darker tone throughout. So talk a little bit about, from the scripting stage to the scoring stage, Matt or Charlie, kind of why you wanted to go down that road of doing that tone, and then how you kind of maintain that tone throughout.
Go first, Farley.
Yeah, thanks. And it just we wanted to make something quick, and one template for us was Psycho, because Hitchcock famously wanted to kind of like film it in the way that he filmed his TV show, which is like quick and just getting to it and simple and whatnot. So we're like, let's make a movie like Psycho, like one of the greatest movies of all time. Let's just do that.
Yeah, that's easy. Just rattle off another Psycho.
And so then the general vibe, we were just like a suburban noir was like the phrase that we started with. Like that was like all we had to go on to start with was it's a suburban noir. And whatever that conjures up in your mind is the vague vibe we were going for. And then slowly the plot just kind of developed between me talking to Charlie and also me talking to Pete and Tom and Froggy too. Just, like, hey guys, this is some ideas we have for the movie. What do you think? And they might, offer a few little tidbits. My wife Elizabeth too. And then just slowly, it's one of those things like I don't even remember exactly how the plot came to be, and definitely like we kept coming up with ideas as we were writing. But it was very much about like going for this dark, broken dreams kind of vibe, and the black and white was definitely gonna go well with that. And as usual, we got to incorporate my music career into the storyline. So, I was like, this whole Mo 75 concept album has some cool, it would be a cool backdrop to this movie. So we worked that into it. And, it was, so I think it was spring of 2020 was when we started brainstorming. And then by June of 2021, boom, finished product.
Yeah, and it definitely feels like the guy who wrote Mo 75, if that was Mitch Owens who wrote Mo 75 or created that album with some friends back in the day, he's gone off and tried to have a career, and now he's sort of coming back, and some of those friends are still around and some of them aren't, and sort of the sadness of that. But also, we also got a little bit from it that also nobody really kind of cares that he's back. It's not in the same way in River Beast. Like when your character in River Beast comes back, either your Tudor friends are like, yeah, he's back, or your enemies in the town are like, oh, he's back. Whereas in this one, nobody really seems to notice, and it adds to the melancholy of your character, Matt. So we love that.
Yeah, he's been back. He's been back for over a year.
Right.
I'm pretty.
Yeah,
and it's just kind of like
it's probably exemplified by the Sharon character too.
Yeah,
when you meet her, because she's kind of like, oh yeah, you're here, and that's about it. It's not like she doesn't go too much into it, or she doesn't really ask too much. She's just like take it or leave it. She's worried about like covering her shift or just like getting through the day with work.
And I think it's a pretty true thing. I think we all go back, especially if you've moved away from your hometown. Or even your university town. Like I have a lot of friends who stayed in my university town, and sort of whenever I go back to my hometown or my university town, there's always a thing in the back of my mind. Oh, I'm gonna show up at the train station and like John is back. All hail John. It's not like that at all. Like nobody gives a crap. Everyone's life has moved on and everyone's doing their own thing. And unless they have no lives of themselves and are only paying attention to what you're up to, nobody cares that you get back. So I thought that rang very true.
I liked it. Great point. Yeah, and let me just add, like, the second scene with Sharon, like we especially like when Sharon at the end of the scene where Sharon is saying, she's like, oh, take the sign down on your way out. Oh, and here's your bill.
Yeah,
like those were just two crushing moments for poor Mitch Owens. I think to Charlie, I was like, this is like in Taxi Driver when he calls the woman to ask her for a second date, you know, and Scorsese moves the camera away from De Niro because the pain was so much that he couldn't even show it. That's Mitch Owens' moment like that.
Yeah, no, I love that, and I also felt, Matt, that it was, you know, you've been on a journey that we've all been following you on for the last few years, and whether it's through your podcast or through your albums or through your tweets or whatever, we're following the story of Matt Farley. And even though you have had your moments on the podcast, obviously, of being frustrated or negative or whatever, even jokingly, about the state of people's response to your serious music or people's response to your films or whatever, there's always a upbeat resilience and a creative focus to Matt Farley, the persona, right? The outward persona. I felt like with this one, and even in your movies, actually, all the characters you play in movies, even if they're anti-heroes, or even if they start off as villains and become heroes, like Freaky Farley or whatever, there's still this idea of, you know, you're moving it forward, you're the positive aspect, you know, that there's you will win the day in some way, right? Whereas in Heard She's Got Married, I felt like you lent very heavily. In fact, it spoke to me, the overriding message that spoke to me out of the movie was to do with that disappointment. And it's not anger so much, it's this disappointment that we all get as creatives, that while we can tell ourselves, you know, as long as 5 people love what I do, then it's worth doing. We can all tell ourselves that, and we can all feel that, truly feel that, and create for those 5 people or for ourselves and create for ourselves. There's still that little twinge of disappointment where you're like, why am I not, you know, Elvis Presley? Like, look how good this stuff is, and I'm not this thing. And I felt like this movie, the kernel of that spoke to that somewhat disappointment in creativity. Is that something you felt like you both brought to the script, and was it intentional, or do you think that just built out of the character you were writing?
Well, I mean, Charlie and I definitely know the heartache of our work not being very well received. So we have a
sequel. It could be more heartache, Farley, after the financial results came in from Listen,
the people who
more extreme in the sequel, like, yeah, well,
to be fair, the people who watch it and the people who like you, like, really like the people who watch your stuff and get your stuff, like, love it. It's not like you put stuff out and it gets a torrent of negativity. Is that right to say?
No, you're right. Everyone who watches it loves it. I mean, the Letterboxd reviews, there's a lot of them, and they are glowing. Yeah. And these are actual people. This is not us using like fake accounts.
See, now you've said that, I think it's you using fake accounts.
I've protested too much. But to answer your question, one of the things, like, it was basically, let's give Mitch all of my worst qualities, you know? And so, like, Mitch is very petty, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm not that petty, but, you know, I definitely have a little chip on my shoulder sometimes, you know? And I'll rant at poor Charlie. I'll be like, no one respects us like they should. Ah! And so, you know, and I'm slightly joking when we do it, but not really. And but basically, just every time, whatever direction we could go with the way Mitch acts, we go with the worst qualities. So it's basically like the monster within Matt Farley is Mitch Owens.
and also the you know, the music pursuits that your character has. I think, you know, it's not unlike us premiering getting turned down by all the festivals and then premiering Freaky Farley in the basement of the Manchester City Library with a handwritten sign taped to the door, and like just you, me, and 3 vagabonds, you know, watching it. But that was fun. I like dark comedy too, so I just chuckle every time something happens to, you know, Mitch Owens, where you're like, oh my God, he, like, he goes on public access, which is like, it should be like a cupcake interview, and that doesn't go great. And then he has this lowest level promoter in the entire universe upset with his ticket sales, you know? So we just kept piling it on. What could go worse, Probably the lowest point is taking down the signs that he's personally walked around and placed. Has his own street team because it might conflict with this dive pub.
This little cafe, this dark cafe, no, it's fantastic, and I do love the kind of dark Coen Brothers-esque humor that kind of runs underneath it as well, which is always welcome. But Charlie, obviously you've been on Matt's podcast, but you don't have a podcast yourself, and you're always very positive or jovial when you're on Matt's show. But do you have dark nights of the soul where you kind of go, I think my movies are great, and why is no one why are they not like huge blockbuster movies? Did some of that go into the script as well, or not?
Mainly for comedy reasons. I mean, I'm laughing about it now. It's we try to keep positive, keep doing things, keep turning it into comedy, and it's cool. It's cool to keep making projects, and it was really awesome that this one, was able to come out pretty quickly. And as anyone who's ever made a movie will say, momentum is like so key. Yeah. And I think the momentum that this one had, being a smaller movie, and we couldn't use the real Tom Scalzo because he was too far away. We couldn't have a lot of the other people that we normally have. We were like, okay, we're making like a play. Yeah. We actually talked about that when we had the Elizabeth and Farley hiding behind the curtain thing. Like, this is like a little like Shakespeare moment or something here. Right. Well, what do we got that we could film with? Well, we've got Elizabeth, we got Pete, we have a package of hot dogs, and we've got a living room. So that's what we were working with, the small things. But no, all comedy.
Let me add, the day that we filmed the hot dogs, we hadn't had breakfast, and it was like 11, 12 in the middle of the day, and those hot dogs were just taunting us. So we said to ourselves, we can't eat them till we're done with the scene. But those were the best hot dogs I've ever had, and it was purely because we were starving.
Everyone was salivating during the scene. You were like, Pete, get these lines right, because I need a hot dog. But I think it's a really interesting area for art, creativity, and discussion, because and that's one of the reasons why I love your podcast so much as well, Matt, is that I feel like the whole podcast as a whole, like if someone was to start, episode 1 and go through the whole thing, it's this it's a work of art unto itself, because it discusses the nature of art and creativity and the nature of life and looks at all those things. And I feel like, having heard She's Got Married as a movie, it's this interesting counterpoint to Local Legends, or this interesting counterpoint to River Beast, where you are leaning heavier on maybe the thing behind the curtain you don't want to show people all the time. And I think that's what makes it, it makes it interesting for people who have never seen your stuff before, and this is the first movie of yours they're seeing. But it makes it really interesting for all of us who have kind of followed you, not from day one, but from as early as any of us kind of came into it. Certainly from day one in the podcast, and very early in your run of films that have become better known. So I mean, I love it, and I always think that. I always say to everyone when they come around Motern Media, I'm like, sure, jump in right now and enjoy what you're doing, but like, please go back to the beginning and try and engulf yourself in the whole run of sort of the Motern Media ongoing creative art project that you're working on, because it's infinitely fascinating and funny. So and Heard She Got Married plays into that, which is great.
Yeah, well, let me just say, it was like, like Freaky Farley's was probably our darkest movie that we have made, up until this one, and that we were premiering them to friends and family, and then like we were kind of tailoring the movies to those premieres, sort of, because it was like after screening Freaky Farley to like my parents and uncles and and nieces and whatnot. It was like, oh, this is a little dark, for our very specific audience. And so we definitely got a lot lighter. But then with this movie, most of the people we know aren't even going to see it. So and we do, we love horror movies, we love Hitchcock, and we, even though we like the humor, we do like doing dark stuff.
But it's also I think that I do know what you mean. And with Freaky Farley, I think the slight fantasy elements of it sort of take some of the edge off the darkness in that movie in a way. Whereas the more that without necessarily wanting to be like pretentious or whatever, but the more that the line has blurred between the story you're telling elsewhere, Matt, with your music and your podcast, and then the stories you've started to tell in the movies, especially like Local Legends, this one, even River Beast in a way, the more those lines have blurred a little bit in between all those things, sort of the more richly fascinating it becomes in a way for those people, like I say, who've sort of been with you since Freaky Farley onwards, because it doesn't include the fantasy element in quite the same way.
Yeah, I mean, I envy people who get to discover our work and just dig in, because this sounds very self-congratulatory, but it's cool. It's a pretty cool body. It's a pretty darn cool body of work, and it's like, oh, have you seen their monster movie? Oh, have you seen their dark psychological comedy? Like, no, I don't think a lot of other people are doing this on a local level. So I'm super proud. Way to go, us, huh, Charlie?
Yeah, or go back to the Paperboy and see you and me reading the audience reaction to our movie and how our work was received. You know, you're not supposed to be that dark, I think, when you're 20, but it's good.
Yeah, we've been mining this territory for 20 years. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and everything builds on each other and everything informs each other, and I think it's that's why it really truly is a body of work. And sure, you could take any one of the things at face value and they would still be great, but once you start to interweave, and you start, just the introduction of like Jay Mayo being a regular cast member, or the in Slingshot Cops, where you got some of the people who had recently discovered you online to kind of come do cameos and things. Just little things like that. It may mean nothing to a stranger watching the movie for the first time, but it layers things on for the rest of us. You know what I mean? And I think that's a fascinating thing. So you brought up Charlie not being able to get Tom Scalzo for the role. In line with what I was saying about kind of truth and fiction and real life and art and so on. It's fascinating, and I heard, Matt, you were laughing about this on your podcast. Like, let's keep calling people by real people's names, but making them like jerk characters or whatever. But in this one, it's a bit odd, because there's, like I say, there's that thin line between kind of truth and fiction with this movie in a weird way, and having Tom Scalzo as sort of this negative antagonist, or we believe as it goes, as the first half of the movie, that he's this sort of negative antagonist. Were you just like laughing about that behind the scenes, or is there a little nugget of dark truth to that, Matt?
Nah, there's nothing really negative about Tom, but I mean, I think just it's natural for us to give him a role and then to have it become in our minds, that guy's Scalzo. In my mind, I'm thinking that's Scalzo. So when we couldn't really film with him, I'm not flexible enough to want it to not be the guy who we've been using for all these amount of years. I feel like even if this happens to me and Farley all the time, we change something, like the name of a character or a place, and then it gets messed up in the script where we didn't control F and find every single one. And then we say the old one sometimes, or we say the old one by mistake when you're, hunting for the line in your head on set. So it was just go with it, just go with what we imagined. And he's not meant to be negative in any way. That Scalzo's a cool cat, he doesn't have any of that really in him. But it just seemed like yeah, Farley and Scalzo go together in these roles, and let's just keep it, And then it's also a tribute, really, to the Shock Marathons movies of the 80s and VHS, which always said somebody, George Kennedy as Mr. Lester, or it was always that. Yeah. So then when we started doing that in the Druid movies, I think even with Tom, so it was kind of like being able to say somebody as Tom Scalzo was just that added callback.
But I definitely, while we're filming it or even writing it, I at some point I was like, people are going to think that I'm really upset with Tom, huh?
Yeah.
Right.
And when I finally saw him before he saw the movie, I was like, just so you know, this is pure fiction. But I think people are going to think that I really dislike you after you watch this.
Yeah. Although you did do a song, "What's So Great About Scalzo," right? In college.
Oh yeah.
Is that released? Okay. Yeah. That's a joke, I guess. If a girl looked at Scalzo, it would be, "What's so great about Scalzo?" So maybe that tinge is there a little bit, but it's mostly
all the ladies love Tom, all through college. They always go for Tom. It's Mr. Cool Scalzo. I had to get back at him somehow, so I wrote this character.
Yeah. I like that though, because there is no grain of truth in it. Like, you and Tom never had a dust up before you went on stage, but there is that little thing of, well, when we were in college, like there's always that little nugget of truth there somewhere. even if
it was one night, one February in 1998, and we're like, remember that one February night in 1998? I've been thinking about it. It's going in the movie.
I've had me. I've had the Wallace brothers that I've known since I was 6 years old. So I've known them over 35 years at this point, and we still have stuff like, if you start to pick at that scab, it just becomes, but you did this in 1995. Yeah, but you did this in 1986. Like, it just becomes a thing. So you never pick at the scab. You just let it. Yeah. It's like having a brother or a sibling or something. You don't bring up the old stuff because you know where it's going. It's just going to go right down into the bad place.
I still get nervous. I get nervous when you and Jim disagree, and it happens a lot. Like every podcast, like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
Like, stop fighting. But clearly, you guys can handle it. So, and it makes for a good podcast.
Yeah, we can handle it most of the time. I think there's been a couple of times where we were like tired and grumpy and you never hear these episodes, but halfway through the episode, we're just like, no!
On the Quick and the Dead one, you said, I disagree totally with what you said, but go on. And it's like, well, no, I'm not going to go on now because I want to hear what... Yeah, well, it was funny. I got a laugh out of it, and you guys did always do a good job.
Well, we do it like brothers. I mean, it's not even a friendship anymore. It's just like, we're stuck with each other. It just is what it is. Like, we've known each other so long, so you just, you can say anything we can say anything to each other, and we just kind of, hopefully it's water off a duck's back. Occasionally it isn't, but
and the ideas come out while you're chatting, I'm sure. Like you guys mentioned that in another podcast too. Like, I didn't think about this until right now. But this scene reminds me of this, and that's what's so cool about podcasting and chatting with people and, keep doing these creative projects, because you might not think so much about it or take notes on a movie if you weren't doing something like that,
And is that what you guys are like when you're writing? So I have interrupted right now one of Charlie and Farley's writing sessions on a Wednesday evening, so I won't keep them much longer because I want them to be writing the next epic Shock Marathon Motern Media creation. But is that what it's like? Is the benefit of writing together like this, sort of face to face on camera and kind of typing on a document, the fact that you can kind of go, oh yeah, I hadn't seen it that way, and you can sort of live with it for a week and then bring those thoughts back to each other every Wednesday? Is that how it works?
Yes, I would say so. Without doing that, I don't know how we would do it. It's excellent. And then, building on other guys' ideas, and we don't really outline either. So like with Hurt She Got Married, we knew where it was going, but it's all on the fly for feel. If we're like, you know what, we haven't seen the Elizabeth character in a while, and then it just that just comes out, and then we do it on the fly. There's no The last few movies, yeah, it hasn't really been outlined or note carded or anything, right, Farley? Wouldn't you say? We kind of just know where we're picking up the next day. We do that trick of leaving a sentence that says, "Next week, write this, include the word, ne'er-do-well at some point," and that's like all we've got.
Yeah. So it's great, but I mean, so we do a couple hours on Skype once a week, but there's a lot of emails and texts going back and forth on all the other days, so it's good. And oftentimes it'll be since we wrote scene 8, now I think we need to adjust scene 3 to keep it consistent. So then when we meet on Skype, we're like, all right, step 1, let's fix scene 3 so it's consistent. So it's kind of like we're doing multiple draft, like we're doing the multiple drafts as we go, as opposed to like finishing it and then going back. We fix it as we go, and then we're pretty much done. Once we get to the end, we've written everything. But I mean, it's cool. Like we knew where we wanted to go with Heard She Got Married, but we weren't quite sure how we're going to get there, and that's a pretty exciting way to write.
So have any of the upcoming 10 ideas that you're working on for this 5-year project, do any of them include a J. Mayo McGee double act movie? Because I think after seeing them work together, and J. Mayo and McGee are both fantastic in this film, of course they are, they're just tremendous. I think everyone on the internet wants a Mayo McGee doubleheader movie. And in fact, as a second part of that question, have you ever thought of doing or have you ever written a script where you're like, maybe we do have 2 other people play the leads in this rather than Farley? I know why you have Farley, because obviously you're always around, Matt, but like, have you ever thought?
Not really yet.
Yeah, I mean, every moment that McGee and Mayo were on screen, together or not, was just so good. And like down to their wardrobe, and their facial hair, everything was so good, and we were just so happy looking at every moment of them. And even like McGee talking to the EMT at the end of the movie, like this very quick not essential scene, and we're just sitting there like admiring the magic of that moment. So yeah, we love the way the 2 of them interact, and we would love to do it. But in terms of leading men, I mean, it's just Charlie can tell you, it's so much. We got to just keep Farley on the screen, for not just because I'm obsessed with myself, right, Charlie?
No, we can't. I mean, we only get McGee for 2. We film with him for 2 hours a year. That's that, and it's at his house. So we got to be sensitive to his family needs and his time that he's got. So if we wrote a scene where McGee is down by a river and traipsing around and then climbing these rocks and stuff, it would just be too much, and we'd be disappointed, if we write it and then can't do it. So, but I do, if I looked at my crystal ball, I would say we would see Mayo and McGee reprise those roles.
Those roles again.
If I'm looking at.
I think when you strike gold, and you know where it is in the hills, you got to go back to that little.
He might have to play it all on. Maybe McGee's on his phone, and he's like, Mayo's out doing all the investigating. He's like, call me, keep me updated, and then he's off it.
Yeah, I mean, because obviously you made this sort of during the pandemic, and I don't know whether that, because you kept everything so small, whether that even played into it. But was there anything about that made it harder or easier or better? Or
we just were able to. I was only me going over to Farley's house, and we didn't have the resources anyway to do much else. So all we had was this little play of a storyline with just these few characters. So we didn't involve anybody else. We don't need to go to rental houses for equipment. It was pretty small time, and then that was good for that whole scenario. But it kept us focused. And then the editing work, editing is just Farley was pulling some late nights at the computer, and you know how it is editing your podcast or whatever. You're just slogging through it, just going. But it was cool, and maybe a few people on Vimeo who were looking for something new to watch during the time when there were a few less interesting movies coming out gave it a chance. Although judging by the numbers, I'd say that's not the case.
Oh no! I wanted this. Simon Barrett, the famous film director, just tweeted about it. I want this to be. I want all your films to be, bigger than Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead or whatever thing he's ripping off this week. Have an original idea, hack Snyder. You hack. You. Anyway. I just wish it was you guys. I wish people were like, yeah, it's another Charlie and Farley movie. Woo! I wish that was the case. So.
Comedy.
Well, I haven't given up. It's we were a little disappointed with the initial returns. One thing is though that there's people are still getting it. There was the initial big for us number, which is not impressive by any scale, but since then, every week a handful of people are getting it, and it's all right, and like I said, everyone who watches it likes it. That Simon Barrett thing was really was nice, that's a great little testimonial from there, and I think that if we just keep on making them and keep on doing this, then all the old movies that are there too, and then the idea is just if all the movies work together and they're bringing in money, then we could at least afford to not lose money on it, and that would be beautiful.
And stuff like that spectacle series and stuff, I know that really helped because it makes inroads into. I know just from going to screenings in New York in general, back when I lived there, that you see the same, 50 New York film nerds at those kind of screenings all the time. I mean that as a positive, not nerd as a negative. I'm a film nerd, but you see those guys, but then you find out that those guys know a guy who writes for Fangoria, or those guys know a guy who does TIFF, or those guys know it all spreads out, right? So it's all, the community is both bigger and smaller than we think, right?
Yeah, and so I think we can. I think people are going to notice. Eventually people are going to notice because the ideas that we have are really exciting and cool. And so, you know what I want to know though, for you, and you've been involved in our previous 3 productions, and then we churned this one out quick with people who are more local and whatnot. So for you to sit down and watch it, especially to see Jay Mayo in that role, tell us about that experience.
Oh, I was angry and jealous, and I was upset. I was like, guys, I was here in Connecticut. No, listen, it's fantastic. I love anything that Jay Mayo does, and I'm happy to see it. You were very generous, Matt, to ask to use one of my songs in the film, which was fantastic. I mean, not many people can say that they've had their music in a Farley film when normally it'll be, one of the Motern Media suite of players, normally the guys doing the soundtrack rather than outside people. But me and Trademark Issues were both on the soundtrack, so I feel
it sounded great.
Super psyched about that. That's fantastic.
Your song sounded great in that scene, don't you think?
I did. I loved it. Look, I'm going to put that on my IMDb. Anything to pad the resume, guy. That's my favorite thing.
Well,
and
when did you move to Connecticut? What month?
March.
Okay, all right. So the thing is, though, we wrote it thinking you were in New York then, and we didn't know when you were moving north, and it was we can't write a scene for him. If he's in New York City, it's going to be too hard to make it happen. But don't worry. We got the next movie coming out. Oh, your performance, right, Charlie?
I loved watching it, and I also like the idea that apart from local legends, every time I'm on screen in a Motern Media movie, Jim is across the way there. I like the idea that After Movie Diner is kind of me and Jim have these kind of duos in the movies. So I hope that continues.
It is. That would
be amazing.
It's already in the script, yeah.
You know, and I tell people too, when one last other thing I would mention, when people are getting used to wrapping their head around, like, you know, buying a movie, you know, there's Etsy, where if someone makes a nice scarf and it costs like $30, they'll be like, this is a handmade thing made by someone in their house. And I would say, yes, that's awesome. Buy that thing. Like, this is made by a person and it's something they crafted. Make it. But with a movie, there's still a need for some folks to wrap their head around, like, what went into making that movie. And if it's not made by a big corporation. And I don't know. I think
the corporations have monopolized music and movies as this thing that requires both a gatekeeper and also a certain level of polish.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, there is a mindset. There is, you know, my mindset is, to hell with that. Like, tell me a good story. I don't, like, it doesn't matter whether it was made in, you know, New Hampshire or whether it was made in LA or whether it's made in Bulgaria, wherever, you know, tell me a good story. And 90% of Hollywood movies have run out of stories. All the good stories I'm seeing are in independent movies.
Yeah.
So that's why I gravitate towards
I think it's, you know, just wrapping your head around, okay, someone handcrafted this movie with no institutions or, you know, corporations involved. And I'll give it a chance in the way that if someone makes a scarf, maybe I'll buy that scarf or something, you know, or folk art or painting or drawing. There's all these things that people are willing to give a try to if it's, you know, an independent small project. You know, if someone did a sketch and tried to sell it for $12 at like the local fair and it was a nice charcoal sketch, you'd say, you know what, that's fair. That's a good price. I'll buy that charcoal sketch for $12. It's a nice piece of art, and I'm supporting this artist. You make a movie for thousands of dollars over the course of several months, and you might say, like, oh, here's this thing. I'm just gonna stream something, you know, from Netflix or, you know, I don't know. It's just like wrapping your head around things is sometimes a challenge.
You spend more than $12 on a gas station coffee and donut these days. Like, everything else on the planet is so expensive at this point. Like, Kim and I just went to the supermarket and got probably 3 meals worth of stuff. Like, not a lot of stuff, like, to see us through the weekend, right? 3 meals worth of stuff. It was like $100 and something for like 3 meals worth of stuff. And I'm like, it just, and we don't even buy that like fancier thing. So $12 for me, you know, look.
To own it.
Disney, to own it. Disney is selling Black Widow to rent, not even to own it. $30 on top of the $8 a month I already give them for Disney Plus.
Yep.
So they want to rent me Black Widow for $30. I'm not even in a cinema. I don't even have the surround sound and the seats. I'm not paying anybody any stuff.
Yeah.
Like, at least when you go to the cinema and it's $20 or whatever to buy a ticket to the cinema, which is still too expensive, at least you're going, well, I'm paying for the cleaning, I'm paying for the staff, I'm paying for the lights, I'm paying for the surround sound, I'm paying for the big screen. Like, you know where your money's going. But $30 to sit and watch it at home? No, I refuse to do that, Disney Plus. I, on the other hand, will spend $12 on Vimeo and encourage everybody I know to spend $12 on Vimeo to watch Heard She Got Married, because it's 5 times more original than Black Widow, and it's quicker, better, easier, more exciting, and just all-round better bang for your buck.
And you're gonna watch it at least. You're gonna watch it at least 2 times. Also,
yeah, you haven't seen it if you've seen it once.
I've watched it at least twice already, and I'm going to watch it a 3rd time to prep for my J. Mayo and Pete interview. So I'm watching it again.
Look for a lot of clues all over the place.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is you guys weave all this stuff throughout, and there's always little Easter eggs and little ideas throughout the movie that is always enjoyable to look at. And it's funny. I'll leave you this. The other day I was kicking around some old files that I had on a drive, and I found a script we were talking about earlier about making the movie during a pandemic. Last year, I ended up doing more music than I ended up doing writing, but I found a 12-page script that was going to be After Movie Diner presents the Radio Flange Goblet movie. So it was going to be the movie about Radio Flange Goblin, the fake little radio station that the After Movie Diner appears on. And I wrote 12 or 16 pages or something. I wrote a good chunk of the first act, basically. But the idea was, and I was trying to write it so that if all people could do would be to go into their own backyard and like film themselves with their phone, or like sit behind a desk and film themselves like behind a desk. I tried to make it so that I could film it during a pandemic without ever leaving my apartment. I didn't get round to doing it, and I kind of regret never doing it, but there was a nugget of an idea there that I might
and you could play multiple characters too, like you do with your voices, you know, pretty easily. Yeah,
right,
that would be
yeah, so that might come about in the future. So because I need to pay you back. You guys have roped me in. I want to rope you guys into to being in something in the future. But no, in all honesty, guys, a genuine thrill whenever you guys put anything out, and we're always here for it on the After Movie Diner. And we loved Heard She Got Married. It's a crowning achievement to have done it on in such a short amount of time with such a small budget in such a homegrown way. And everything is up on the screen, and it's great. And what an awesome story. And can't wait to see. I won't be able to be at the premiere for Metal Detector, which is sad, but the moment the DVD or the Blu-ray or the Vimeo or whatever is available, I'll buy it.
You've got a lot of great lines in that one, man. I've been chuckling as I edit here every day, and
it's the hair, the upright hair. I can't wait to see that hair on film. That's what I'm looking for.
It's lovely. All the professorial college scenes just crack me up.
Well, I remember saying to Farley, I think it was, I was like, I thought about like putting talcum powder in my hair, whatever, to make myself look older. And he's like, man, we're already going gray. We're already older. Like, you don't need to make yourself look older. I forget that I'm 41 sometimes.
But it's great, we're documenting our aging process, I mean, Local Legends was 2013, so you've been in our movies for 8 years now. It's pretty cool.
It is. And long may it continue. Look, thank you ever so much, guys, for giving us this time. I want to hand you back the rest of your evening so you can do some more writing, and we will talk to you again in the future. Don't stop doing what you're doing. We love it.
Thank you. Good times.
Thank you, John.
Okay, so here is another short intermission before we get on to the next interview. Go outside, avail yourself of the concession stand there. Maybe pick up some popcorn or a lime lollipop. Maybe duck into the bathroom there and staple on some more hair. Whatever you need to do, go do it now, and we'll be back in just a moment. Just a moment. Right, back in your seat. Anyway, now coming up on this jam-packed Heard She Got Married, a special 10th anniversary episode of the After Movie Diner, it is the actor, the musician, the singer, the writer, the filmmaker, the all-round wonderful guy, handyman, woodworker, lover, fighter, seaman extraordinaire, bushwhacker, I don't know. Anyway, he is always a welcome addition to any podcast or round table conversation or dinner table or backyard hootenanny. You all know who I'm talking about. It's the one, it's the only, Joseph Mayo. Hello, Jay Mayo, star of Heard She Got Married.
Oh, star, I like that. Hi, John, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. I think of you in this movie as the third lead.
Oh, well, thank you. I think as far as the poster is concerned, I think I'm third billed, so if that counts for anything, I accept that.
Yes. Now, you should definitely, I've already told Charlie and Farley, you definitely need to star in your own film. They obviously preferred to put Matt in the lead because obviously he's around all the time and they can film the majority of the film just between him, Charlie, and Pete. Like, that's whatever. And because I asked the question, like, will you ever do a movie where it's like someone else starring in the film? Now that you're doing 10 movies in 5 years, like, are you ever going to do one that isn't like Farley based? And they were like, no. But I said if you were doing it, it should be J. Mayo based. And in fact, I would go one further. It should be J. Mayo and McGee based. But then they only ever have McGee for like 2 days, so, or like 2 hours sometimes. So that doing a whole movie with you and McGee probably not possible. But I would like it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that would take quite a bit of time. I mean, when the last, I don't know, few movies anyway, anytime that we've done anything with McGee, we've had to go to his house, and there's about an hour or two window that we have to film. So we just cram it all in within that hour or two. So yeah, trying to do a whole movie, just he and I, that might take some time. I don't know that we would get 10 movies in 5 years or whatever it's supposed to be. It might take 10 years just to make one movie with McGee on his schedule. But yeah, I'd love to do it. It would be a lot of fun. I mean, I know we did Slingshot Cops a few years ago, and that was a buddy cop movie. I'd love to do a buddy cop movie with McGee. That would be a lot of fun. And we could even do it as the characters from Heard She Got Married. Like, we could just do a spinoff.
Yeah.
But again, I think that would take a little bit of time.
Or what if you leave the force and become a PI? So McGee wouldn't have to be in it, but it would be J. Mayo PI hunting down, a character or whatever.
I like that.
I'm trying not to spoil Heard She Got Married, so I'm just saying a character, hunting down a character for the sequel.
Yeah, I would be down with that. I wouldn't mind going rogue and just trying to figure it out on my own. I could be okay with that.
Even better, if you've only got 2 hours with McGee, you do the opening with McGee. You have the credits. McGee is then killed off, which, they've only done once before with the River Beast, but he's killed off, and then, he's killed at the end of Freaky Farley as well, but you know what I mean. He's killed off early in the movie, and then it's J. Mayo, rogue cop, for the rest of the film. I would watch that.
Ooh, and I have to avenge his death. I like that. I don't think that McGee would sign off on being killed in a movie where we're doing a spin-off of his character and he dies immediately. I don't know that he would be all right with that. I'm okay with it, though. I will avenge that man's death. He was my partner, and we were close, and I will get revenge.
So talk to me about how Heard She Got Married came to you, and working in a Motern Media film, doing your, I think, largest role to date, if I'm correct.
Yeah, that's correct. It came to me the same way it always comes to me, which is Matt sends me a text and says, hey, we're doing another movie. We wrote a part for you. Or are you available on these days? We don't know what we're going to have you do yet, but we just need people. And I'm always more than happy to do anything Charlie Farley, whether it's in front of the camera or behind the camera. I'm just excited to be a part of it. And it really does mean a lot to me that they continue to ask me to do these projects with them. So I get the text from Matt after, we had already filmed a good portion of the previous movie, which has yet to be released. And they were toying around with the idea of Heard She Got Married while we were still filming that previous movie. And they said, yeah, we'll let you know when we're ready to go. So I get the text and they say, hey, are you available on these days? And I said, absolutely. I'll make some time for you. And it was a much bigger role than I'm used to, which is nice. I suppose after 3 or 4 of these films now, I've kind of I've weaseled my way into the Motern Media world, which is...
Well, I think it was really beneficial on Slingshot that you did so much behind the camera as well. I think that impresses them.
Yeah, and I'm always happy to do that kind of stuff. That's kind of what I do here in my own life anyway. I'm behind a computer or a microphone or, at work. I'm a sound booth or whatever, so I'm used to running lights and cameras and PA systems and doing all that kind of stuff. So I'm more than happy to do it for friends on a film. And I weaseled my way into this one, I guess. And of course, I say weasel in a joking manner, but they said, we're gonna have you play we're going to have you play Detective Mayo, which is nice. I wasn't going to forget his name. That's good.
No.
And it turned out to be a much bigger role than I thought. I had quite a few lines in this movie. And they're like, yeah, your partner's going to be Kevin McGee. And who wouldn't want that? That's like the role to have of all roles, right? Who wouldn't want to be a police detective whose partner is Kevin McGee, a.k.a. Hollywood McGee.
Hollywood McGee. Listen, I agree with you 100%. You were completely correct to snap that up and do the role. But also, you are a gift to any set and any creative endeavor. So it's incredibly wise of Charlie and Farley to give you more screen time because the fans demand it. And the film aficionados want it. So I think they were very smart to have done that this time round. I was enthralled every time you were on the screen, legitimately so. And it was excellent to see something you could kind of put your teeth into a little bit. And what I love about this movie in particular is sort of, normally in some of the monster movies or whatever, there's sort of protagonist and antagonist, and there's sort of a group of people who hate Farley's group, but then there's a group of people who are kind of with Farley and supporting Farley and doing Farley's stuff. And in this one, everyone is just there to antagonize Farley. Like everyone. The only person who likes Farley is Pete's character, and for most of the film, you are highly suspicious of Pete's character. So, for most of the film, Farley is this like lone voice just being beset on by everyone. How many days did you film? And how many locations were you in?
Oh, I think I filmed maybe 5 or 6 days total, and maybe 3 different locations. They did a very good job of making it seem like we did quite a bit more. I mean, as you know, with Charlie Farley movies, it's on a budget and it's on a time crunch. So they do the best with what they can in the few locations and the little bit of time that they do have. So they made it look like it was several different locations, but really we filmed some at a park at the cathedral, what they call the cathedral, which is essentially at a park. We filmed a bunch there. We filmed a little bit at McGee's house, and then we filmed at another park, just Matt and I, were the scenes where he and I were to meet up to talk about what was going on with the mailman and all that kind of stuff, and the 2 different Tara situation. So I think it was three different locations, but I think a total of 6 days I worked on it.
Nice. And is the cathedral where all the power lines are? Is that what they call the cathedral, where the big final shot?
Yeah. So where the power lines in the final shot, where we're just walking off, and where that stone structure is towards the end of the movie, that's all in one location, at a nearby park near Matt's house, essentially, not that far away. So a lot was filmed there, and we made it seem as if we were in other locations, as well as at McGee's house. We kind of bumped around McGee's house to make it seem like a few different locations as well.
So yeah, working with McGee, tell me about that. Intimidating, sure, but is he also collaborative?
Oh, absolutely. So first and foremost, is it intimidating? Yeah, the man is a physical specimen. He's physically intimidating, and he's very confident. So to new actors, that might be a little bit intimidating. Fortunately, I've worked with him enough now. He doesn't remember my name, by the way, but I've worked with him enough to know who he is and how he is. And I enjoy being around that now. Again, if this was the first time I had met him, I'd be like, who the heck is this guy? But yeah, he's physically intimidating, and he's very confident in his performance. And he's got that, I don't want to say William Shatner-esque thing but he speaks in a very certain cadence and he believes in himself, which is why he's Kevin McGee, right?
Right.
And but it's a lot of fun working with him. And is it a little bit intimidating? Sure, but he also tends to bring out the best in everybody. Like the one thing I will say about Kevin McGee, and I talked to Charlie about this for quite a while, is Kevin McGee will give you 200% every single time, and he will do whatever he can to make sure that everyone else is doing the same. We had one scene with a guy named Frank that was helping out for the day, and he was playing like an EMT, and he had one line, and Kevin was going over the line with him and saying like, oh, well, try it like this, like you're confused, or try. And Kevin was working with this guy that's never been in a movie before. He was just there helping out. He was just an extra set of hands that we could use for another, hey, we can give this guy a line and it's one more character. But Kevin was working with him, not in a intimidating kind of way, but Kevin wanted to make sure that this scene was as good as it could possibly be. So he was giving him some pointers, or, I don't want to say he was doing any directing, but he was trying to help out his fellow actor and say like, hey, this scene can be even better. And here's how you could try it. And then try this or try that. And then, Frank did exactly what Kevin was, implying, like, hey, try it this way. And he tried it that way. And it gave Frank some more confidence. And so instead of being a little intimidated or scared because now he's in front of the camera, he's now got a little bit of Kevin McGee confidence. And the scene came out really nice.
He's got the McGee bump, they call it. They call it the McGee bump. He got the McGee. Absolutely. That's what they call it. You got to get that little push. It's the McGee bump. You got it. And that's a proud moment in any actor's life to get that. So were you there the day that they filmed the very last shot we see of McGee? Because I think the audience is meant to feel like McGee knows the truth. Like outside of everyone, McGee knows the truth. I think that's so what I was going to ask, based on what you just told me, did Charlie and Farley say like, so we need that look so that you might know the truth? Or did McGee say, like, I think I know the truth, give me a chance to do this look? How did that scene work? And were you there when it was filmed?
Yeah, so all the scenes with McGee were at his house on one day, and we were all, Charlie, Farley, myself, and for a good portion, Frank was also there. I think the intention, I do believe they did tell McGee, like, hey, you understand what's going on the entire time. Don't let on with your facial expression, like, I know, but also kind of let on with your facial. You don't buy it. You might not know 100% of the details, but if anyone suspects of anything going south, it's you. I think that was premeditated. And of course, if anyone's going to be able to, act with their expression, it's McGee.
Yeah.
So they gave him the free rein to do that how he wanted, but there was an instruction of, you don't know 100% of the details, but something fishy is up. So
yeah. No, I was just interested how much is it implicitly guided by Charlie and Farley, and how much is them in editing going, that look McGee gave indicates something that's interesting. So I just wanted to find that out. That's awesome. So do you do anything consciously to sort of change your character when you're playing a different character, or are you just trying to be yourself as best you can with the lines that are given, and a new character emerges to the audience?
I think a little bit of both, to be honest. Matt is really good about getting the script to me a little bit before I show up, and I know he doesn't do that with everybody, especially when you don't have a whole lot of lines. But he tries to get the script to me before I show up for my filming days so that I can look over it and try to figure out specifically what the scene is about. I might not know 100% what the scene is totally about or what the intent is with the scene, but at least I can get a feel for the lines and figure out, what would this person do? How would this person go about doing this or saying this? And for me, a lot of that is trying to figure out in my head who is the character. I mean, I'm certainly not a method actor. I'm barely an actor as is, but
your mustache does a lot of the heavy lifting, I feel like, in this movie.
You're goddamn right it does. But I think that I try to, at least in my brain, create who I would think this police detective would be. So, getting the script and looking at it and trying to figure out in my head, all right, how would this person say these things goes to one part of it. And then the other part of it for me is costume. They let me figure out, again, there's no budget. So if I decide to wear a certain outfit, that's my conscious decision of who that character would be. And I put a lot of time and effort into that. So for me, the time and effort went into, if this person isn't a beat cop, he is a detective, or, he's out there plain clothes, right? So shirt, tie, slacks, badge, handcuff, and gun. And they said no gun. So I left the gun at home. But also, this isn't a big police department. This isn't, this isn't a rich person. So I wore like the ugliest bargain bin $1 necktie I could find. And, the clothes didn't fit specifically well. So little details like that. I purchased my own police badge, like a legitimate police badge. Now, putting all of those things on made me feel like I was Detective Mayo. Had I just shown up with a shirt and tie and no badge or no handcuffs or any of that kind of stuff, it would just be Jay Mayo acting in a movie. But when I had all of the things that I thought about, like, okay, if you were a police detective, but you didn't have a whole lot of money, where would you buy clothes and what would they look like? So doing all of that, going through the process of doing all of that, made me feel like the character. So a little bit of it is premeditated, and I'm trying to be the character. And then the rest of it is just when they say, you look confused, that's just me trying to look confused, right?
Right.
I've never taken acting lessons, so this is just my natural reaction. This is just the way I deliver the line, and hopefully people like it.
Yeah, I was saying, I think what you and Sharon do, and McGee and everyone, but you and Sharon in particular, the reason why you guys are so good on screen is because you're able to, a lot of professional actors and stuff talk about like, oh, it's getting out of your own way and it's trying to be natural and it's trying not to think too much. And yes, you can do a ton of preparation, but on the set, you have to then throw that away and just kind of be. I think the way that you and Sharon are, you both are able to be on camera. And yes, there's a character there, and the character is coming out of the script and coming out of maybe some of the choices you've made, but ultimately you are confident on screen, and you don't look awkward, you don't look unnatural, you don't look, you just look like you're doing it. You know what I mean? And I think that's that is a great skill that I think more untrained people probably have it than the trained people. The trained people probably are a little more like, shit, what am I meant to be doing right now? And, who's my character and what's my thing? And I feel like you guys can just be better.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I think that's the intent, is we're not trying to act. We're just doing what we think that person would do. Yeah. And sometimes it's as simple as that, is just, here are the lines. Here's the intent of the scene. So just do it how you would just react the way you would react. If I were to get upset normally in real life at someone stepping on my toe, then do that. Don't try to do it too much or pretend like it didn't hurt. Yeah. React the way that you would react, and that comes across.
Whereas I think I'm the opposite. I'm always like, when someone says like, oh, put that mug down or whatever on the table when you come into the shot, that's what I'm thinking. Like when I walk in, I'm thinking about like, how do I put the mug down? Where do I put the mug? I don't just walk in, put the mug down and whatever. I'm also always thinking about a silly voice or a stupid facial expression. Like I can never
I'm going to put this mug down right here.
Yeah. Seriously, like I haven't watched the scenes of Metal Detector Maniac yet, and I can't remember how much they curbed me when I was on set. I think they kind of told me to take it down a bit. But I definitely saw my characters, talking like this, being a bit blah, and being a bit kind of crazy and whatever. And I'm sure they told me to not be like that, but there was definitely, like, I like characters like that. Like, I mean, at the beginning of Slingshot Cops, well, I'm talking like a cockney guy. I'm like, I'm stealing fireworks, like it's like that. And they didn't ask me to do that. And I probably shouldn't have done that. But I always try and think of things like that. Whereas you, I think, are much better at just kind of being Officer J. Oh, that's the other question. Do you think that Detective J. Mayo is the same detective or the same policeman as from Slingshot Cops? You just got promoted.
So I think we did talk about that while we were filming Heard She Got Married. I think we talked about the idea of, wouldn't it be weird if my character just bounced from movie to movie to movie? It's not on. Well, the only wrinkle in that is that I didn't play a police officer in Metal Detector Maniac. So that means if we were to do a through line for Motern projects, I'm going to have all of the jobs because
well, you're
Metal
a locksmith at
Maniac,
the Christmas.
So yeah, I play a locksmith and a pizza delivery guy in Metal Detector Maniac. So that means, like, not unlike real life, I'm working 24 hours a day at several different jobs. But yeah, I mean, I have played a police officer in a few different Motern projects. So if we wanted to just continue doing, and again, I mean, if they wanted to pair me up with Kevin McGee to do a spinoff, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I could just keep playing the same character over and over and over. I could keep getting promoted. At some point, I'm going to be the chief of police. We all know that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd be okay with that. And I think we did at least mention it, like, hey, it's funny that we keep making you police officer Mayo in these projects. Isn't that funny? Wouldn't it be funny if we just keep doing that? I don't know that they actually intended to do that.
Well, if you think about it, you're a locksmith in the Christmas special and a locksmith in Metal Detector. So it could be the world of two Mayos. So one Mayo is a locksmith / pizza delivery guy, like he's doing the odd jobs. And then the other Mayo, your brother or cousin or whatever, is the officer who is... if it's one person for all 4 projects, that's a little...
Listen,
much.
I'm okay with doing one of those movies where I'm playing 3 different characters and it's just me, but just, a bunch of different characters. If they want to do that, I'm okay with that. I'll play like my own twin brother or something.
Yeah,
that's
that
fine.
Would be great.
One brother is a cop and the other one is a locksmith that may or may not be a weirdo. Yeah, I'm okay with that. As long as I get to keep the mustache, I'm okay with any decision they make.
Oh, so the mustache is contractually obligated.
Absolutely. Yeah, I have insured it for several $1 million.
So you wouldn't do a film where you shot 50% of it with the mustache as Officer Mayo, shaved the mustache, and then shot 50% of the movie without the mustache. You're like, no, both brothers have exactly the same mustache. It's in my contract.
Yeah. First off, I would never deprive the world of this mustache. But also, if we had to do reshoots, I'd be screwed. Like, you can't stick the mustache back on once it's off. So...
Right.
I'm not going to wear some sort of mustache wig or something. I'm not doing that.
Well, I mean, how long does it take? Like 3 or 4 days? How long does that beast take to come in?
I mean, like more like 6 hours. But let's I don't want to have to go through the process of growing this thing back out. I've not shaved this mustache in a few years now, maybe 2 or 3 years now, and I'm not getting rid of it anytime soon. Both characters need to have this mustache.
Mustache.
Yeah.
This mustache. Well, I agree. I love the mustache, and I feel like it should have its own wardrobe, dressing room, credit on the film. What does your mustache have a name, Jay?
No, it does. It does not have a name. Mustache, I suppose.
Mustache.
But yeah, I mean, if we didn't even have a budget for wardrobe, we're certainly not going to get me a personal mustache wrangler. So it would be great if we did. Yeah. But I don't think that's in the budget.
So who do you predominantly show these movies to? Who in your life is aware that you are in these films? Who has watched them? Who is supportive and encouraging of it out of family and friends, girlfriends, whatever?
It's mostly friends. My family could give a crap less about any of these things that I do. It's just another of one of many silly projects that I'm doing, whether it's movies or music or podcasting or whatever it is. They're like, oh yeah, he does stuff. Who cares?
We love you, Jay, but we have no time for everything you're doing. Yes.
Right. If it's not a Hollywood blockbuster, it doesn't register to them that it's a quote unquote real movie. So it's mostly friends, which I'm okay with. Hey, I do this because I like doing it and I like spending time with friends and I enjoy the end result and I enjoy the process. So I'm doing it for me and I'm doing it to help out my friends and to spend time with them. So, yeah, it's my friends that are mostly excited about it. And that's good enough for me. It's really for me, if we're being completely honest.
Have you shown your special lady friend the movies? Is she aware of?
Yeah. Okay. And again, I think she's like, oh, yeah, that's great.
Couldn't care less.
Again, I think it would be a lot more impressive if this was a Hollywood blockbuster.
Yes.
And when you tell people, oh, yeah, I've acted in a few movies, they assume Hollywood blockbuster. They don't assume independent movie that you can only get through a streaming service.
They assume you were an extra in The Town or something, like some Ben Affleck movie that came in, Gone Baby Gone or something that came into Massachusetts. The Afflecks were the first that I went to with Massachusetts. So,
but you're absolutely right. When people hear like, oh yeah, I filmed in Boston last year, they're like, oh cool. What did Matt Damon do?
Yeah, right.
Nope. This isn't that. Sometimes not every movie it has a $40 million budget.
Right.
Some of them have an $11 budget, and I showed up on my free time to act for free because that's just a thing I like doing with my friends.
And like Charlie says. And I don't know how we get to this point, but we as internet consumers have said to ourselves, if someone makes something and sells it on Etsy, or if someone paints a picture and we like it and Instagrams it and then sells it on Etsy, we're fine with that. We go, oh, independent artist, I want that on my wall. I want something different. I think it's probably because there aren't poster shops anymore. You can't go to a shop and buy like posters in the way that you could in the 80s and 90s. But even so, people are like, oh, I want that thing. And then when I'm having a dinner party, I want to tell people this is a handcrafted, individually made. There's only 15 of them, whatever, Etsy pie. And people go, oh yeah, individually made, whatever, right? Everyone gets excited by it. But tell them the same thing about music and movies, and for some reason they don't accept it. No, music is something that is done by exploited 16-year-olds who are lining Simon Cowell's pocket, and movies are done by people who earn $40 million every time they take a shit, and that's creativity. And anything else we're not willing to even deal with. And it's odd, right? It's odd because you don't go to the person selling a bench they've made on Etsy or whatever. You don't go, well, I didn't buy it in a furniture shop, so fuck you. Like, you know, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. And it's been like that since human existence, right? Like if you are a sculptor or a painter or something, we judge that on the individual painting or the individual sculpture that you have created. And we say, man, you're a very talented artist. And that goes on for forever, right? Michelangelo, we all know who Michelangelo is. Michelangelo wasn't creating hundreds of thousands of sculptures and paintings, individual things, right? But when it comes to music or movies and most of the media that we consume these days, it's how many millions of people have consumed this thing, and that determines how popular or quote unquote good something is.
Yeah.
If enough people haven't seen it yet, for whatever reason, because there's no budget or because there's no company backing it and promoting it, if not enough people have seen it, it's apparently not good enough,
right,
as deemed by society. However, if you were to make one beautiful sculpture, that's all you need to do in your lifetime to be considered one of the greatest of all time.
Right. I so often with music these days, because I was putting out albums last year and earlier this year, a lot of people I'm seeing online, the group of musicians I kind of became a community with on Twitter, a lot of them do one song and then just that one single. That you go to their Spotify account and there's one song there. Now that song might have 75,000 plays because all they've done is promote that song for 8 months and paid to have it put on playlists and whatever it is. But it's one song, and I'm always like, wait, but even if that song became hugely popular and some A&R person was like, great, let's get you in the studio, do you have another 12 songs in your back pocket? Or are you going to be one of those people who spends 3 to 4 years making a fucking album and having to use a ton of writers because actually you had one song and all you did was promote that one song? But it's odd. But likewise, I think the thing that we all love about the internet is also the problem with us as creatives, which is we love the fact that everyone can create and be on the same platforms as everyone else, right? We love that my music, your music, whatever, can be on Bandcamp and Spotify in the same way as, the Rolling Stones or whatever, right? We love that. We think that's great. The trouble is the flip side is also true. Because everyone can be on there, everyone is on there, right? So to some extent, it does reduce no one as a consumer is going to go, well, I'm going to wade through 50 million songs on the off chance that I happen to find one that I like. They're going to sit there and go, I'm going to let the studios tell me what's coming out. And I'm going to listen to the top 50 bands or whatever it is that are releasing albums today. So there is a little bit of that. So I do have empathy on the audience, or sympathy for the audience. But then the other thing is also true. I have a ton of friends on Facebook and a ton of friends on Twitter. Like friends, people I know in real life. This isn't just like, oh, I have followers. Like, I have 500 people on Facebook. I can tell you how I know each and every one of them, right? I can't even get 10 retweets or 10 shares or 10 likes or 10 comments or 10 anything. And so even the people that supposedly like you, like they'll go to bat for you. They'll be your best man at your wedding. They'll get you out of a problem. They'll loan you money if you have no money. They'll feed you if you have no food. Can they hit the share button? Nah, they're not going to do that.
No. It's because they don't value independent art as art. Because, again, it's consumer society. If Hollywood or the record company or whatever isn't telling them this is the thing, then they don't value that as art. It's not music. It's not a movie. It's not a painting. Whatever it is that you do, if someone isn't backing that, if it isn't if Amazon isn't saying buy this, then what's the reason? Why would I buy that?
Right.
Just because, it might be the greatest thing in the world. You may have created the greatest thing in the world.
Well, I have, Jay. I have.
Well, obviously. Everyone go to miscellaneousplumbingfixtures.com.
Yeah.
You may have created the most perfect song of all time, but because you're not signed by Columbia Records or whomever, it doesn't register to people that you're a band and you've written the perfect song.
Right.
Because you're promoting it and not some A&R guy at CBS.
Right. But the flip is also true. Like, look what's happening right now with Scarlett Johansson. Everyone is shitting on her for standing up for herself because they're like, you've got enough money. Like, get out of our way. But I'm like, right, but the reason why the industry exists the way it exists is because of you, the audience. Like, the reason why Disney can charge $30 to rent, not even to own, to rent a digital version of Black Widow for 48 hours on top of the $8 you're already paying for Disney Plus. The reason why they can do that is because of you, the audience. And the reason why they can say to Scarlett Johansson, you're not getting any of that money and we're fucking with your contract, is because you, the audience, put Disney in that position. Stop putting Disney in that position. Stop fucking over ScarJo, because I don't care. She did a job. She had a contract. Pay her fucking money. But beyond that, it's the same with independent. You can't on one hand shit on the corporations, but then when someone says, here is an independent thing that I think there is value and worth, will you at least watch it for 10 minutes and make the same decree you would if Hulu put out a new show or Amazon? Like if Amazon put out a new show, you'd go, I'll watch it for 10 minutes. I'll see what it's about. Like I'll watch it for 10 minutes. I'll make my decision. Maybe I'll never go back. Maybe I will. But if you won't watch something for 10 minutes that a valued friend or a valued podcast or a valued whatever says is worth it, then I don't know how you're living. You know what I mean? I am urging everyone to watch the trailer of Heard She Got Married and fuck it, put $12 down, because it's like a coffee and a Danish at this point is $12. Like a truck stop donut and some lukewarm piss in a cup is $12. At this precise moment. $12 is nothing. Go to Vimeo. Watch Heard She Got Married. Jay Mayo is the tits in the film. He's incredible. The mustache is a wonder to behold anyway. And Jay, it has been a pleasure talking to you today all about Heard She Got Married.
Thank you, John. It has been a pleasure on my end as well. And make sure you pick up the new album, Truck Stop Donut in Warm Piss by Miscellaneous Plumbing Fixtures. Check them out everywhere you can stream music. And please continue to support independent art.
Truck Stop Donut and a Cup of Warm Piss, the new album. Truck stop donut and a cup of warm piss. This is something I don't think I will miss when I wind up my life on the road and I stop having to carry my heavy load. I will take the next few years knowing this: I don't have to have a truck stop donut and a cup of warm piss. But maybe in the last few years of my life, when I'm lying back somewhere at home with my second or third wife, I will stop for a moment, maybe I will reminisce about a truck stop donut and a cup of lukewarm piss. I was out on the blacktop for most of my days, cutting corners where I could, finding the best ways to get my cargo from A to B. My boss once told me there was no one better than me, but now I'm done, and with a farewell goodbye kiss, I will leave behind the truck stop donuts and the endless cups of warm piss. And maybe when I get old and gray, when I've done all I ever wanted and have no more to say, before I take one last dance into the eternal abyss, for old time's sake I'll want a truck stop donut and a cup of warm piss. Things at first repel can one day define us. We take them for granted, accept our fate and stop trying to resist. It gets so you can go a day of your life without something like a truck stop donut and a cup of warm piss. And maybe in the last few years of my life, when I'm lying back somewhere at home with my second or third wife, I will stop for a moment and maybe I will reminisce about a truck stop donut and a cup I want this, I kinda want this. What if that was the song? What if I wrote a song, Truck Stop Donut and a Cup of Warm Piss, and I promoted it for 8 months? I put $100 behind it every single month, and I just, that was the song, and everyone was like, this is my favorite song of all time. And then they were like, oh wait, he has all these other albums, and then they listened to the albums, they were like, nope. like this song was the one, but when they listened to the other albums, they were like, no, he's ruined it. It didn't have the spark of Truck Stop Donut and Cup of Warm Piss.
It would be impossible for people to say nope after hearing the vast back catalog that is Miscellaneous Plumbing Fixtures. There's too many gems within the back catalog for people to not find something that they like.
That I hope that is true, but I will work on that album. What if I did it? What if next Friday you got a Bandcamp message that was just like, Miscellaneous Plumbing Fixture has released a 10-track album called Truck Stop and a Cup of Warm Piss, and it was like just awful. But I did it. Like I somehow did it.
I would appreciate it, and I think the other people that were to get that message through Bandcamp would be like, "I'm going to check it out. I don't know what the hell this is, but I'll check it out." And then they heard it, and they were like, "Oh, I should probably call John. Something's wrong."
He seems very upset.
Something's up.
But thank you for this time today, sir.
Sure, it was been my pleasure, and congratulations on 10 years of the podcast, and thank you for helping to promote this movie. I appreciate it.
Listen, anything I can do. I mean, we don't get the listeners we used to when everyone was riding on commuter trains, but we get enough. We get enough listeners that hopefully, and it's the 10th anniversary show. So yes, as it is the 10th anniversary show, and we're about halfway through the episode right now. It's a long one, folks. I thought about splitting it into 2 parts, and I just thought, no, you have pause buttons. If it's too long and you need to listen to it in multiple parts, do it yourself. You're an adult. Hit the pause button, and then go, oh, I wonder what else is happening on the After Movie Diner a few days later, and then go back and press play again. I mean, do I really have to do everything? Do I really have to break this out into 4 episodes or 2 episodes or whatever? No, it's 1 episode. Deal with it. Use your pause button. Goodness me. Anyway, as we're here at this point, I thought, why not read out a couple of 10th anniversary messages that we got from the listening many's. And first, out of the mailbag. Well, we should have the mailbag jingle, shouldn't we? Because for 10 years... we've had a mailbag jingle, so let's play the mailbag jingle now. Here comes the postman, I wonder what he has for me. Is there something in his big brown sack? I wonder what could it be? Well, I hope the bills it lacks and instead brings me some listener feedback, or maybe, just maybe, a big bag of crack. Oh, here comes the postman, I wonder what he has for me. All right, so first up out of our big hearty sack, it's Matt Poirier from, I don't know if that's how you say your name. Sorry, Matt Poirier from the direct-to-video connoisseur, who is a dear friend and has a wonderful podcast of his own, direct-to-video connoisseur, as well as has just written his second novel. Not just one novel, ladies and gentlemen, but 2 novels from this gentleman, Mr. Poirier, Matthew Poirier. He has written a second novel called The Girl in a Gun. It's available on Amazon right now. The link will be on After Movie Diner in the podcast notes, but it's well worth purchasing. His first novel, Chad in Accounting, is a riveting and hearty and funny read. I can strongly recommend it. And the follow-up, I assume, is much of the same. I can't wait to get stuck into that. It just landed on my map the other day. Anyway, he writes, congratulations on 10 years of the AMD. Beyond the great time I had as a guest to talk about Albert Pien. I love tuning in when I see a new AMD episode in my feed to hear what you've cooked up. The music, the mini sketches to open the show, and the trademark guest introductions are all great on their own. I should just do those then, and then not even bother doing the rest of the show. He doesn't say that. I said that. Anyway, he goes, let alone the fun conversations on movies. Oh, he likes those as well. Have been a nice staple over the past decade. Whether it's the New Year's Eve episode or you and Jim slogging out a cheap self-indulgent 90s neo-noir for Sleazy Spade of Springtime, I know it'll always be entertaining. I wish you all the best and another 10 years and beyond, and a hearty hobo butt flute salute to you, good sir. Matt Farley from Direct-to-Video Connoisseur. Everyone check out his podcast, follow him on the socials, and buy his new book, The Girl and the Gun, or A Girl and the Gun. I think it's The Girl and the Gun. I should really have it in front of me. It's over there on the bookshelf, though. Well, never mind. You'll find it. It's phenomenal. And thanks, Matt, for your message. Next out of our sack, it is the wonderful John Wallace, who's been my friend these 35 years this year. Wow. I've known the Wallace family 35 years. This is John Wallace. He is Jim's younger brother and my dear old best chum. And he was on a lot of the early episodes. He did the Woods and Weller series with me, the Kane and Keaton series, and hopefully we'll have him back on soon as we do a kind of hopefully celebratory kind of run through all our old co-hosts, which is what I intend to do, which will be fun. Anyway, he writes, the diner is 10, hell's teeth. What can be said about this? Well, the first and most striking thing is that my marriage is also a decade old this year, and that both my marriage and the diner have been crucial elements in holding up the fragile edifice of my sanity, particularly during the last 5 years, when Western civilization experienced a massive stroke, shat itself, and took to wandering the world in a lopsided blonde fright wig, swigging toxic homebrew and yelling at passing traffic. During this time, the diner has been a beam of light, as all great art should be. Much as Picasso had his blue and rose periods, so the diner had its movie pass and sheddist periods. Much as Picasso was painter, sculptor, and ceramicist, the diner shifts effortlessly between chit-chat, interview, and comic monologue. Much as our Pablo had a string of mistresses, so the diner seduced Jim, Dr. Action, Mayo, DeMoss, Mo, and many more. And just as the founder of Cubism left behind a body of beautiful portraiture, so the diner has left us with the immortal images of Weller, Greer, Spader, Idle, Campbell, and the other defining luminaries of our time. Frankly, when the alien archaeologists come to pick over the ruins of our civilization, I would rather have them discover the diner archives than any Picasso work you care to mention. Seriously now, listening to Jim and Cross chuckle and bicker over nothing at all would provide the best possible notion of what human friendship is, how pleasantly time can pass discussing nothing at all, and just how hard it was in the early 21st century New York diners to get milk served with one's tea. Much love from an ardent supporter, John. Well, thank you for that message, sir. Absolutely fantastic to hear from you. And as anyone who has listened these many years, John Wallace himself is also an accomplished author, and his science fiction trilogy of books is available right now on the Amazons. So I would strongly suggest that you look up John Wallace, author, on Amazon, and pick up Steeple or Rig or Barricade, any of the three wonderful sci-fi novels that he has written. It would be fantastic. I tell you what, there is nothing better than holding in your hand the smooth and pleasing cover of a book that a friend of yours has written, or the shiny case of a CD that a friend of yours has recorded, or the digital file caressed in your inbox of a film that your friends have made much like the one we're discussing on this podcast, Heard She Got Married by Matt Farley and Charlie Roxburgh, available now on Vimeo for the very reasonable price of $12. And while you are delving into your wallets to spend money on independent creativity, why don't you support the After Movie Diner by going over to aftermoviediner.com and donating straight to us, or buying us a coffee using the buttons available on the homepage, or go over to Patreon, patreon.com/aftermoviediner, and become a paid subscriber. Every little helps. $1 an episode. I put one out every 3 months, so how much is that going to cost you, really? Go on, go do it. Anyway, more messages later. Okay, so now we are back with more interviews about Heard She Got Married, this time with actor, tall person, bassist extraordinaire, lyricist, songwriter, and just all-round family guy, wonderful chap, sports fan, possibly, I assume. I don't know. I don't know much about the guy, but we're about to find out. It is the wonderful and splendid and first-time guest here on the After Movie Diner. It's none other than Chris Peterson.
So this is a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, it's fantastic to finally get you on the show. To have you and Sharon, I feel like you guys are the missing piece of the Charlie Farley, Shark Marathon's Motern Media filmmaking empire that we haven't had on the show yet.
All right.
So this is the first time, and I think what a great film, and what an auspicious time to have you on the show, your first time on the show, because Heard She Got Married, it's such a culmination of so many things that anyone who's been following either Matt's career or Charlie's career in the last, whatever it is now, decade of them kind of putting out movies and making them more public. I know they've been making movies a lot longer, but sort of since Freaky Farley onwards, that they've been kind of publicly putting movies out. And I think Matt's been doing the podcast about 8 years, I think, maybe 7 or 8 years. So anyone who's been following that career knows you guys. But why don't you tell us how you first, because I understand you also went out to LA, how you first got interested in film and how you first got involved in acting in any regard, but also in Matt's films.
Yeah, so I went to high school with Matt, and we my senior year in high school, Matt had already been making movies with his buddies, and I wanted in because it just looked like a barrel of laughs and a lot of fun. So I kind of inserted myself in that world and started working on some movies with Matt, and that's kind of that's one of the things that I really enjoyed. And then it coincided with my freshman year in college, where I didn't really have a direction to go in. And one of the things I was looking at was how much I enjoyed filmmaking. And so that's kind of the direction I started steering in. So really, Matt Farley is 100% the reason why I got into film in the first place. And so we ended up making movies. We would make these silly movies on our summer vacations in high school and college. And so that was kind of the catalyst. And then I would act in those, and we would kind of write and we didn't really have a script. So we would just ad lib scenes. We kind of knew what we wanted in each scene, and we would ad lib it. And it was really just an excuse to experiment with the camera and make gory, bloody scenes, and just kind of make heads explode and, various ways to kill people, which is always a lot of fun. But then I actually chose that as a major, and I moved to LA naturally after that to pursue that career. And so I was out there for 11 years doing this and that and other things, but pretty much a little bit of everything, but not acting. And it wasn't until I moved back here that Matt had been making movies all this time. He had made Freaky Farley and Adventures in Cuban Country and the Manch Vegas movie. And so finally I was able to have a small role and Don't Let the River Beast Get You. And so that was kind of my real introduction back into the Motern world, where I was actually working with Charlie for the first time, and really got to see them see them work as a team, and like they're like a dynamic duo, the both of them. So that was really kind of my stepping back into the Motern world and a brief history of my time before that.
Nice. And I know that Charlie was out in LA for a while. Did you guys ever cross paths out there, or were you there prior to him?
I don't know when Charlie went out there. I knew he was out there because I was interested in doing a documentary with Matt about him and his music. But I never met Charlie out there, and we never really corresponded unless it was through Matt. Like Matt was always the go-to person. But yeah, I never ran into him, at least to my knowledge.
Yeah, I've got a feeling he was still out there during Local Legends, because I think his scene in Local Legends was filmed, in Los Angeles, and he sent the clip to Matt, I think. So I think
he was out there. He was out there past when I came back. So,
and but do you have any interesting stories from your time in LA? Anything that dreams fulfilled or dreams dashed, or was it the experience you expected it to be? Was it the experience you wanted it to be?
Yeah, I mean, I loved it. I fell into a great job. So I started at Fox Searchlight, and I worked there for a while, and then I wanted to be, on some movie productions to get some experience. So I worked on a job in New York City called Brown Sugar. That was a movie with Taye Diggs and Sanaa Lathan. It was the first movie actually after 9/11 to start filming in New York. So it was a real cool experience to be there at that time. And then I kind of bounced between film and TV production. And I fell into reality TV, which I ended up liking a lot more than anything else, because I worked on like Top Gear USA and Shaq Versus, and like just kind of like they're fun shows. But what I like about them is that they move really fast. Reality TV moves really fast, and so you go from idea to production really quickly. Whereas in movies, in the film industry, it takes years and years to get a movie made, from writing the script and getting the talent attached and getting the money attached and filming it and editing it, releasing it. So reality TV was almost like making movies with Matt. It was like quick running gun, get the shot and get out of there and move on. And so I really enjoyed my time with reality TV. But ultimately, LA, I love it, LA. But to be out there with a wife and a small child, it's not the best. It's great when you're single and you got no attachments and you're just you can work all day and give all your time to whatever. But when you need health insurance and you need to spend time with your kid, it gets a little crazy. So that's one of the reasons why I came back.
But I'm glad you said what you said about like working with Matt, because I was going to transition and say, the faster pace and the more kind of immediate gratification. I mean, I know the Matt stuff, they still edit it for a while and it's still a few months, but you're not waiting years to see the end result. You sort of see it within the same calendar year, and it's a much quicker.
And that's what you get. That's what you get with independent filmmaking is things move a lot faster than in a studio environment. And I got studio experience, and I found out the hard way how long things take. And you work years on a project, and it ends up being the Chipmunks 3, and it's just
right.
It becomes a really sad experience. So.
Well, I think that's why, funny enough, I went to college to do film and, have 101 film ideas, but even independent film was too slow for me. So one of the reasons why I transitioned and I do a lot of music or I do podcasting is the instant kind of creativity of it. The fact that you can literally start the morning with an idea and end the evening with, a finished song or a finished show or a finished, and you can do it. You don't have to rely on anyone else. You can kind of do it all yourself. And right. There's something about that. I think it's probably to do with the fact that I should probably have tried to make my attention span longer, but it'd probably be less looking for gratification immediately. But there's something to be said for the turnaround, which is pleasing in its own way. So you've, as you were explaining, you've worked on sort of every Matt and Charlie film production since Don't Let the River Beast Get You, with Heard She Got Married being your fourth role. And I feel like Local Legends and Heard She Got Married, there's been a lot of comparison between the two films, I think, because of the black and white, but also because Heard She Got Married, from the creative side of it, or the creative story that Matt's telling, not necessarily the thriller story, but the creative story feels like the dark half of the upbeat Local Legends, if that makes any sense.
I get that.
So like on one, Local Legends, it's all about him sort of as a musician being chipper no matter what. Even if it's just a show in a basement, he's going to figure out how to be positive and upbeat about it. But Heard She Got Married is about everything not going the way that he wants it as a creative person, and him sort of having that leaning into the somewhat sometime bitter kind of response to the lack of fame or the lack of recognition or the lack of whatever, I think. And that's what I loved about it, sort of besides. But they're the two largest sort of roles you've had in the Motern world. So talk briefly about bringing Soup in Local Legends to life and how you felt about that role, and then moving over to Van Hickman and Heard She Got Married.
Yeah, well, I think Local Legends, I think, is based a lot more in reality, as opposed to like the kind of dialogue that you get from Don't Let the River Beast Get You and whatnot. So I think the way people talk, I think, is a lot more natural, and so I think that lends itself to a little more realism. And so I think that's really where those two films are the same, is like the realistic approach almost to I know, Matt, there's some definitely fantastical scenes in Local Legends, but I think that at least as far as my scenes go, my character Soup was just kind of just a sidekick guy who has some fun ideas and moves the plot along. But I think that as far as how as far as Heard She Got Married works, that realism is there, but then there's all those dark undertones, and it kind of is highlighted with the black and white to kind of make a much more somber feel to everything, to every scene.
And was there any or more improvisation in Local Legends, or I mean, obviously Matt wrote a script there, I remember, but there was also room in the script to kind of come up with your own bits. Did you and Matt kind of workshop your scenes in that, or was it all on the page?
It was all on the page. Matt knew what and that's one thing, like I don't think there's, at least in my experience with Matt and with Matt and Charlie, there isn't a whole lot of experimentation. Like, Matt knows what he wants and Charlie knows what he wants. And so it's on there in the paper. And once you start trying to veering away from that, they'll rein you in a little bit. And so that's kind of one thing I've learned is I'm there to fulfill their vision. And so with Heard She Got Married, I mean, with Local Legends too, there was very little improvisation. Really, any improvisation the only improvisation I really had was with my costume and with my facial expressions. I mean, kind of the way I chose to, or the way I chose to say the lines, but I'm still saying what they wrote. So it's really it's all on them. Like it's they deserve all the praise for everything that they wrote. And, I just had the privilege of saying it.
Yeah. I think with the performers in the basement, I think, cause I was just one of those guys. It was the first time I'd met Matt. I think we wrote our own bits, like we wrote our own jokes. Yeah. But the scene where I'm chatting to Matt before the show, that was all written down. So I think that's the only kind of improv I've ever done. I mean, maybe on the Christmas special there was a little bit, but yes, like you say, most of it is very closely scripted. And in Heard She Got Married, it's sort of perfect because I feel like in Don't Let the River Beast Get You and Slingshot Cops, not that you're never the villain, but there is there is sort of a bad or sometimes sleazy aspect to your characters in those films, which Heard She Got Married kind of subverts perfectly. Did you bring the? I guess what I'm asking, did you play Van Hickman as suspicious, or did you just play Van Hickman naturally and it comes off as suspicious because of the script?
I tried to play him as saying those lines that they wrote. So I didn't have, like I said, I didn't have much leeway to experiment with lines. I played it as sincere as I could. So I tried to be as sincere as possible with what I was saying, and to really think about the lines as not just lines. Like I tried to internalize it a lot and kind of make what I was saying really matter to me as a character. And so I think that I tried to give everything I said gravity, and some of those things that I say in there are kind of crazy. So, talking about homemade hot dogs and that sort of thing. But I just, so I think by giving everything gravity and some of those crazier lines I had, made me come off crazy, and that's good. I think that's a good thing. But really, I tried to believe that this Van Hickman guy just meant every word he said.
And as Matt's films were your introduction to acting in that regard, I mean, I don't know, did you do acting in high school or college or anything like that outside of Matt's films on stage or anything like that?
I did like a senior high school play, but I had like 2 lines, so I can't really say that was acting. I made a few films in college and a few short films outside of college, but I can't say that I ever. I really can't say I acted. That was not like part of anything I wanted to do in LA. So it's really just with Matt that I've ever done any sort of screen time.
But aside from the acting, you're also a musician, and you've been in Matt's band and various bands with Matt for a while now. I feel like in music, certainly with my own journey, you can tell when you're getting better. You can kind of step back and look at the last 10 years of recordings you've done or 10 years of music that you've produced and kind of go, okay, I started from here and I got to here. And while, yes, they're the same person, I can tell that whether it's the playing or whether it's the writing or whether it's the performance aspect of it, I can kind of see my trajectory. Can you look at the performances you've done, over the last 9 or 10 years and see a progression? Are you happy with how you're developing as an actor? Are there things that you'd still like to challenge yourself with?
Yeah, I mean, I think I really noticed. I'm really proud of Heard She Got Married, and I think that's.
It's a great film. It's a really great film.
So, if I were to pick a moment in time that where I feel like I've progressed, I think maybe it's this movie, and as far as taking things further, I mean, I'd love, Matt has an aggressive film slate ahead of him. And
yes, indeed.
So, as long as I can just be a part of all of that, and contribute where I can, but, it's exciting to be a part of a team like this and to continue to make these types of movies. It's just it's a fun time.
Definitely. I mean, I love it. I love it both as a fan and the small little bits I get to come and perform. I love both things. It reminds me very much of my college days when I had a very concentrated group of friends around who all wanted to kind of roll up their sleeves and do stuff. And I think the sad thing about adulthood is, especially when you move to another country like I did, you end up not having that. And so the fact that Matt, Charlie, yourself, Sharon, Tom, and so on have that and continue to have that, it's a very enviable thing. And the fact that then Matt and Charlie open their arms or cast their net wider and bring in, some of us little local legends or whatever ourselves, that is an absolute joy. One of the people who gets a lot of shout out from Heard She Got Married is, of course, Jay Mayo, who's someone who's along with myself kind of ended up being in Farley and Charlie films and just does a really great turn. I'm trying to think in the film.
His mustache deserves its own credit in the film, I think.
Completely. Yeah, completely. His mustache is legendary unto itself. And I don't think you guys really get much of a scene together in the film. But were you on set any days when he was working? Could you see him pulling out all the stops in his performance?
I think we just missed each other most of the time. And he's a hard worker on the set and behind in front of the camera as well. So, he's, when he shows up to set, he's there to like work as a grip or a dog wrangler and whatever is needed at any particular time. So, I've worked with Jay quite a few times and he's amazing and he gives a great performance in the movie. But I think our shooting days were somewhat, were on different days or whatnot. So I don't think I saw him. Maybe I saw him once, but he's a wonder. He's great. But I think the reason I just want to say that, the Matt is casting a wide net. It's great. And for actors and for his troupe of people to be in his movies, the only reason I got this role, I think such a good role, is because I lived 10 minutes away from him. I think whoever had lived closer would probably have had the Van Hickman role and would have done a great job at it as well. But just because I'm so close, I think, he could pull me aside and we could film a few scenes or whatever on a night after work. So.
I mean, you say that, and that might be true, or it might be a hint of self-depreciation. But anyone who's watched the film will completely understand why you have the role you do. You are fantastic in it, and in terms of like playing it with that earnest and sincere mode. The scene that struck me when you said that earlier is the scene where you have to back Matt up. By the Mo 75 Rock, and you have to back him up and against his former bandmate, and that's a scene that could have come off as I think goofy or childish, or just because it's odd to have grown men kind of supporting each other in that way. Do you know what I mean? It's more of a high school-y kind of thing, but the way you guys played it, and the way you played it in particular, you actually do bring that kind of gravity to that scene and that seriousness to that scene. And it's a wonderful double line because on one hand, there's an earnestness there and a sincerity there. But on the other hand, you're like, wow, he's really being overly protective of Matt. Like, what's his ulterior motive? And it's a great line that the script walks the whole movie. And your performance really sells that.
Thank you.
So that was a fantastic scene that you're in. And also, I think just from listening to Matt's podcast over the years and getting to know Matt personally a little bit, yes, he has this big group. Yes, he has this wide net. But I also feel like his life is sort of divided into double acts. And whether it's him and Charlie, whether it's him and Tom, him and Elizabeth, obviously, and then you and Matt, because you've probably guested on his podcast the most at this point, and you obviously play as bass a pivotal sideman role to Matt's music. So definitely never sell yourself short just for living around the corner. You're as far as us fans and listeners and friends are concerned, then you're up there. You're one of the double acts that define Matt's life, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, no, it's exciting because I don't think it's funny is like none of us in that circle would be probably doing any of this without Matt. It's he's a driving force for motivating and getting people to kind of get off their butts and do things. And so it's a tribute to him, really.
Well, I can't wait to see the future films. I'm apparently in the next couple of them. I'm going to finally be able to drive come October. So that means that I'll be actually able to be on hand to do a bit of a J and help behind the scenes and hold things and carry things and do whatever is required. So that's exciting. I've lived in cities so long I haven't needed to drive.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing for me has always just been, like I said, I used to do movies at university. I made an independent film with a whole ton of my university friends. I then spent my 20s vowing I would do it again and never did it again. And then I moved out to the States, and through kind of three little pockets, if I count my friends out in Pittsburgh, but three little pockets of like independent groups of filmmakers, one in Pittsburgh, one in Baltimore, the Don Dola, Joe Ripple group, which actually led me to Matt and Charlie. And then with Matt and Charlie, I've sort of been able to fulfill a few of those little dreams that I had as a teen in the independent world in America. And I'm not looking for anything bigger or better than that. To me, being able to cross off certain things off the list has just been a thrill. So I'll take whatever scraps they throw me. I'll show up and say my one line and run away foolishly like I did in Slingshot Cop.
Right. That was a great role, by the way.
Yeah, well, I like it if they let me do accents. That's when I'm really at my happiest. I remember I showed up to Metal Detector Maniac with a whole idea because I'm playing this old professor guy. I was like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Matt was just like, could you just, your regular voice is fine, just read the lines. But no, in Slingshot Cops, because it was such a small role and it just starts the movie off, I was able to kind of go a bit wilder with that. But Metal Detector Maniac, I think the maddest thing I did was stick my hair up. I think I gelled my hair up and made a few silly faces. But outside of that, I think I play it. I mean, I definitely play it like an old professor, but I don't. I didn't go too crazy with the accent.
Yeah, that's funny.
I had more lines that time, but who knows?
Yeah, well, that movie, I'm in that movie as well, and yes. I didn't shoot my scenes until just recently. So some of those scenes are like, you're talking to one person, and it's like, by the end of the scene, you're looking at me, and it's 2 years later. So just the time gap between filming some of those scenes is going to be crazy to see.
I think the big chunk that I did with. I think Kyle was in our scene. Seth Odilon Green on Twitter, he was in our scene. My podcast co-host Jim Wallace was in the scene, and a couple of others. I think that scene is kind of being broken up throughout the film, but we filmed it all in one day. But what's going to be funny is watching Matt and Tom, especially Matt, but probably Matt and Tom's hair kind of do this throughout the film, because I know that it was filmed because of the pandemic. It was sort of filmed over the course of, I think, 18 months on and off. So thank you for all that you do, Chris. Thank you for being on the show today. And if there's anything else you want to share or promote or tell people to follow you or anything like that, please go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a blast. The only thing I got going on is the Motern extravaganza. And yeah, thank you for having me. It's been great.
Well, that's fantastic, sir. And can't wait to see you again in person soon, I hope. Take care. All the best to your family. Stay safe, stay well, stay healthy, and all those good things.
All right. You too. Thanks.
Hey, John. Carlin Trammell from Nerd Lunch here. I wanted to reach out and congratulate you on reaching that 10-year milestone for the After Movie Diner podcast. By my calculations, that means you started your podcast just a couple months before Nerd Lunch launched ours, and you lasted almost 2 years after we quit. Now, it's not a competition, but if it were a competition, you win. I remember first learning of you when you were a guest on the Schlock Treatment podcast. Oh, I miss those guys. And when I heard you, my first thought was, wow, we have to get this guy to be a guest on our show too. And you were a guest on our show 8 times, the first being a big discussion on James Bond. You and I saw eye to eye on License to Kill. We're a couple of the rare fans of the Dalton action extravaganza that is that film. But we couldn't quite agree on Daniel Craig. But, even in disagreement, we could have reasonable discourse and respect for each other. One of the great things I love about the relationship that Nerd Lunch and the After Movie Diner had. You were also a witness in one of our classic episodes, The Trial of Zack Snyder, or as you call him, Hack Snyder. And one of the most memorable episodes you were a guest on for our show was the Sci-Fi Pitchnado, where we concocted this low-budget film for Sci-Fi Channel that featured like a whole bunch of has-been actors like Judd Nelson and Judge Reinhold, and then we transformed the Electric Light Orchestra into the Steampunk Light Orchestra. It was amazing. And it was made amazing because of your contributions. And then Pax from our show and I had the opportunity to travel through time on your show as guests, and we joined you for a couple of discussions, once about Back to the Future and another time about the Bill and Ted movies. I love the After Movie Diner podcast. There is no other podcast like it that I've ever heard. I appreciate the efforts to make the show more than just your standard Nerds on the Internet movie podcast. Your combination of original written material and music and then deep discussions put your show in a caliber that, quite frankly, the internet is not worthy of. What I value most of all, though, is the community we were able to build through podcasting that eventually manifested itself into getting the opportunity to spend a day with you back in 2018. My wife and I were visiting New York City, and you graciously spent several hours baking in the hot city sun to walk around with us and even take us to a few diners. So, John, congrats on reaching that 10-year mark. Best of luck to you as you continue on your podcasting journey for many years ahead.
Hey, John, it's Kurt Howley, just calling to say congratulations on 10 years at the After Movie Diner, bringing fans and what else? This message is already becoming an awkward message because it's what I specialize in, is awkwardness. What was I going to say? Community, fans, all together. This is the worst congratulations message ever, but I just want to say sincerely, one of my most cherished memories will probably always be discussing He-Man and the Masters of the Universe after we went to see that in a theater in New York City, and we sat in a diner having a loud, probably obnoxious to the other patrons of the diner, conversation about Pig Boy. That'll always be a magical moment to me. So congrats, and here's hoping you get many more years of doing what you're doing. Keep at it.
All right, so it turns out that picking around the bottom of the mailbag, we still had a couple more messages. Robert Long from Baltimore, one of my Baltimore peeps. What up, my Baltimore peeps? Robert Long, he wrote, Dear John, happy 10th anniversary to the After Movie Diner. 10 years, wow, hundreds of podcasts plus music and videos and everything else under the sun. And you got married to a tremendous woman. How do you do it all? Thank you for all the quality content you've produced in the last decade. So many laughs and so much passion has been put forth from your variety of entertainment outlets. So happy to call myself a fan and a friend. You, of course, earn mega big points with me for being a genuine fan of Don Dola's films. I remember being worried, as I usually do, that you would end up panning and making fun of his efforts. I was pleasantly surprised about your unironic enthusiasm for what Don did in his lifetime. I'm looking forward to your review of Crawler and hope to do a premiere of it in the future. Long live the New York Dolarites. It was my pleasure to guest host on The Diner and hope to again in the future. All of us in the Baltimore area hope to have you and Kim visit us again. You are a fan of us and we are a fan of you. Cheers to the After Movie Diner, Robert Long. Well, Rob, thank you so much, sir. What a sweet message. I couldn't agree more. I feel like Baltimore is one of the spiritual indie filmmaking havens of the United States. And I hope to make many more visits to that fair area of Maryland in the future. Lots of plans for various different things. And who knows, maybe we'll all share a scene on camera in some way in the future as well. If I ever get around to finishing a screenplay, I have many ideas. But thank you ever so much for writing in. Thank you ever so much for always supporting the After Movie Diner. And everyone who is a fan of indie filmmaking in general, do check out Robert's website, smashortrashindiefilmmaking.com. That's smashortrashindiefilmmaking.com, spelt exactly like it sounds. Lots of great reviews, interviews, commentary, and all sorts of stuff on that website. Specifically and mainly around the kind of Baltimore, Maryland area, but also further afield as well. Robert is also an accomplished artist and just a fantastic gentleman. So thanks again, Robert, for your message and your very kind words. And one of the last 10th anniversary congratulatory emails we got was from longtime listener and messenger on the Facebook page and the Facebook group, Rahatul Alam, who writes, congrats on keeping the podcast going. The first episode I heard was the Marine way back in high school. Then I became a big fan, listening to every review while dining. Sometime I would go to a buffet just to eat, just to hear your review. You are unique in that I haven't heard a podcast eat at a diner and talk about movies, and hopefully that aspect can come back. But I loved hearing stories and movie reviews of yours, as well as the Dr. Action and Kick-Ass Kid show, which was a great addition as well. I never knew about PM Entertainment or action movie stars like Jeff Speakman or Michael Dudikoff and many others, and that made me laugh a lot. Hopefully one day you can make more with Doc and maybe put it in the same feed. But thank you for the years of just being there when we needed it. It helped me get through rough times and most of all had fun listening to it. And I hope you do more for years to come. Well, thank you ever so much, Rahatul. That's a fantastically sweet message of yours, and I'm so glad that you stuck with us. I don't know about any more Dr. Actions. Let's see. I never say never. We could bring that back for a bit. I brought Crosstalk back for a bit, so you never know. But we will definitely have Doc back on the podcast, and we will definitely talk action movie stuff again in the future. Again, same with going back and eating in a diner and talking about movies. It just isn't on the cards right now. I've actually moved out of the city. But again, never say never. The chances are that sort of once every couple of months, I'll go back and visit Jim in New York once the world is a little safer to do that kind of thing. And when people are actually taking this pandemic seriously, when that actually happens, when I actually feel like that's happening in the world, then yeah, definitely I'll go back to New York and do some more Diner episodes. Why not? I think going forward, if the After Movie Diner continues, as I've sort of hinted at throughout this episode, it will most likely be episodes where I sort of revolve the guest host and do some live shows and some Skype shows or Zoom shows or whatever, and sort of just talk about a wide range of things again, a wide array of things again. Much sort of go back to how the podcast was when it first kind of started. I know everyone loved the In Diner episodes, and I do too. And there's nothing I miss more about New York than going out with Jim on a Thursday night, watching a movie and then talking about it in a diner. But it's just not on the cards right now, unfortunately, because of the way the world is. So we hope, we keep our fingers crossed. Yeah, hopefully everyone does what's right and the world gets a little safer again. So we'll wait and see. on that one. But thank you ever so much for everyone's messages. Thank you, the 2 voicemails you heard from Colin Trammell and Kirk Howley. Hopefully get them back on the show again. That'd be great. And if nothing else, let's keep the After Movie Diner community alive, because as I've said already, if this podcast has given me anything, it's given me this wonderful group of friends who are all brought together by common silliness and a common love of movies. So it's awesome. And that does mean a lot. All right. So we saved the best for last. And also the person probably people least expected me to get on the podcast, because she doesn't do many podcast episodes. In fact, I think she's only done a couple of Motern Media infomercial podcast episodes, and that is the fantastic actress Sharon Scalzo, who has been in every single one of Matt and Charlie's movies since Freaky Farley in some way or other, and has become a very welcome and permanent fixture in their little group of actors. So it's a real thrill and a real pleasure to talk to her today. And so I hope you enjoy this conversation with the fantastic actress, Sharon Scalzo. So the latest Matt Farley Motern Media movie is out. Heard She Got Married. As has become expected at this point, you are in the film. We wouldn't want a project to go by without you being in it. So what is it like? Let's go back. What is it like to have found this niche as an actress in these films over the last few years?
Well, I always look forward to the email from Farley saying, Sharon, we're in another movie. We have a part. Can you come on this day? And usually it's just, yep, I'll be there. I'm looking forward to it. Sometimes I read the script before, sometimes I don't. So sometimes I like to kind of be surprised. I've been involved with them since 2006 now. So it's been a lot of years, and I really look forward to the days working with them. Before, when I was a little bit younger, a little bit more novice to this, it was always like, oh, is this going to fit in my schedule? I don't have time for this. I don't have time. And now it's something that I actually really look forward to and make sure to carve time out for whenever they need me.
And have you heard then of this whole plan that they have, Charlie and Farley, to do 2 movies a year for the next 5 years? You've heard about this whole thing, right? Okay. And I presume you're in all of them.
I hope so. I hope I'm in all of them. And I'm actually hoping to get my daughter involved too, because I think it would be really cool to have her be in it. One of them, the Christmas special a couple of years ago, I was pregnant for her. So it would be cool to kind of have fans see that now she's also going to follow in her mama's footsteps.
That's true. That was awesome. That was the first time you and I acted on screen together.
It was.
I'd been in a couple of other things, but that was the first time we worked together, and that was fantastic. That was such a great and a weird experience, but a great experience. Just all of us crowded in that garage there, trying to put on a show. And I think I played something like 8 parts or something in that thing. So that's always fun to put on wigs and hats and try and disguise yourself a little bit. So you started, as you said, back in about 2006 doing Freaky Farley, but you've known sort of the Matt Farley and his family for a longer period of time, right? You and your brother and Matt have been friends for many years, right?
Yes, I met Farley back when my brother Tom was at Providence College. I specifically remember meeting them one day. We were doing, I think it was the college tour, some sort of gathering where we were all there. It was before graduation, because I met them again at graduation. But I do remember him. And I remember meeting him way back. It's been, so many years. I don't even remember what year that was, to be perfectly honest with you. Tom could help you out with that. But so we've known him for a very long time. Didn't really get back in touch with him, me personally. My brother obviously was, until right around 2006.
Okay, so there's sort of no curious memories of early Farley before he became who we know now, or do you think he's just been that guy forever? I'm just trying to get some insight if there is any.
I'm pretty sure he's been that guy forever. I remember some stories of my brother from school. I know they were always doing music late nights, and they were always hanging out. And I don't know if they had gotten quite into the whole writing thing yet, but they were certainly doing music. So I remember stories about that. And I know how involved he is now in his music. So I'm sure that's carried him through a lot of the years. But I think the movie thing was sort of after college that they decided that they were going to do that. And from what I know, he's always been Farley.
Yeah. And so, as you said, you kind of started in Freaky Farley and Monsters, Marriage and Murder in Match Vegas. I always think of those as sort of back to back because they were the first two that I came across. What were your memories of filming those films and kind of finding your feet as a performer on screen?
So my first memories of Freaky Farley it was unbelievably cold. It was October. We were filming maybe late September and then October, went into October, but we were at a park up, which coincidentally ended up being where I used to live. I ended up buying a house sort of near this park, but I remember crouching in the trees and, being in the woods and filming for hours on hours on hours and just being really, really cold. And I'm like, this doesn't seem like that people can project on screen that they're not freezing when they are. And I think there's a few scenes in there where if you look hard enough, you're like, she's incredibly cold right now.
Yeah.
And then another specific memory from Freaky Farley specifically was the camera that they were using. And it was my first experience ever being on camera like that. I'm not super, I'm never been one to, be super outgoing and things like that on camera. I don't take a lot of pictures of myself. Charlie telling me, every mess up, and he was kidding at the time, but there was an underlying truth to this, that every mess up, they cost me $50, when they had to redo the film because the way that they were filming it, and you can maybe speak more to what camera they were using. I have no idea, but they couldn't go back and edit these things. So we had to do these takes and then we had to make them right the first time. And so over the years that has certainly evolved, and we don't use the clapper anymore, and we don't have to be mic'd up and hide the microphone. So things have certainly gotten easier, but that, those are my fondest memories of all those filming. Both of those first two movies were like that, actually.
Yeah, they were both on 16 millimeter film. And I think that was the thing when I first got the DVDs, because they found my show and Charlie wrote to me, and I first got the DVDs through from them. It was first of all, it was sort of just how professional the DVDs looked. They had covers, the DVDs were printed, everything kind of looked official, which back in the day when I was getting DVDRs from independent filmmakers saying, can you please cover my film? A lot of the time it would literally just be like those old DVDRs with some Sharpie scrawled on it. And I'd look at it and be like, I don't know what this is. This was very clear what this was. And, it being Charlie and Farley, they sent me a whole packet with postcards and a handwritten letter and everything. Like, it was a whole thing. And I was like, oh, wow, this is impressive. And then to watch it and realize that here were these guys doing 16 millimeter, like no one was doing that anymore. Everyone had kind of moved to doing video or mini DV or even, the DVLR or whatever they're called, the cameras. And everyone was kind of doing that. And the fact that these guys were saying, no, we want the experience of making something on 16 mil like they used to back in the day before VHS or whatever, was really admirable. And it was another kind of reason why I hopped on the train very, very early, because I was like, wow, these guys are really serious about doing this in a way that I hadn't seen with other people. And then, yeah, like you say, they've moved on to shooting everything digitally now. But what I really like is that Charlie still makes the effort to either colorize it or edit it in a way that makes it look filmic and makes it look a bigger scale than it is. And yeah, so jumping forward to Heard She Got Married then, that was filmed earlier this year during the pandemic. What was sort of the experience of doing that? And was there any hesitation, or were you on board no matter what?
No, zero hesitation. I was definitely on board. I read this one prior, and this being sort of a different vibe of movie than what they've done, it was kind of cool to be involved in this too, because now you're going to have all these different variety types of films that they're doing. So I'm not sure my character changed very much, the way that I portray the characters that I've been playing. They always sort of joke with me that they give me the lines and I just kind of say them and then I move on, and it just, yeah. I don't push back. I do what I'm told, and they say it's pretty easy to work with me, but hoping that my character in this film and my bubbliness didn't change the vibe of the film, it being a little bit on the darker side.
No, I think it actually adds to, I talked to Charlie and Farley last night, and the one of the things that they mentioned, that it actually really adds to the crushing defeat when you ask him to remove the poster outside of the cafe or bar, whatever, and then you're like, and here's the check. Like the way you did it, because you did it so sort of matter of factly, it adds to the crushing defeat of Farley's character, that no matter what he's trying to do, he's kind of told to buzz off, all the time by everyone he comes across, even if it's in a very nice way. So no, it actually really adds to that. And I think it's, what I was going to ask was sort of, do you ever consciously sort of, because it's difficult in a movie like this, especially with the short amount of time that they often give you and so on, even the couple of times I've tried to do something with them, I always come with like, I'm going to do this accent, I'm going to have this hair, I'm going to do this thing, whatever. And then they're like, that's great, John, but just sit down and say the words, because we've got to get on. And I wonder, do you ever like come to the set with some stuff in your head about like, actually, I'm going to try this time? Or is it really the writing that kind of dictates then how your persona comes across, depending on the film's tone? And
so I think the writing dictates. I don't come in with any plan whatsoever. My biggest goal for all of these movies has been to get my lines. So we have to do as little takes as possible. So, and I have a pretty good memory. So it's been easy for me to sort of, they read a paragraph and I can just kind of spit it back. That being said, I'm trying so hard to remember my lines that I don't think there's any more space for me to offer anything else than just filming me on camera. So I think my personality probably shines through in a lot of them, which is why I hope I don't ever get a more complex character because I'm not sure I could handle that. But I always do. Again, I always try to, I really enjoyed, especially all the way through. I enjoy seeing the end product because I love being part of knowing that they've filmed the same conversation from a couple angles and seeing how the end works with that. Because again, I just try to deliver my lines and hope for the best.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? Because I mean, I'm addicted to like listening to either podcasts or watching videos of sort of actors and directors talk about the craft. And I don't know why, because I often think that the way people talk about the craft is kind of overblown and pretentious. Because a lot of the time what they're trying to get to, it seems, is just be natural. Like, how can you just be natural? Like, how can you get out of your own way and just be natural on camera? And you seem to intrinsically have that. Like you intrinsically seem to be able to just do that on camera, be natural and be yourself. But like you say, the tone of the movie and the writing, the way that plays into it, I never think of your characters in the films as the same person. I mean, obviously, I know it's you. Yeah. I've met you, and I know your personality a little bit. But in the films, the different characters you've played throughout come across as different. I don't feel that Scarlett and Freaky Farley is the same person as sort of Abby and Local Legends. But then what's interesting about it is that they have the same those two characters especially, I think of them as having the same kind of drive to bother Matt's character positively or negatively. But in Local Legends, it comes across as a certain type of person, whereas in Freaky Farley, it kind of comes across as a different way. So whatever you're doing, keep doing it, because it's fantastic each time out the gate. And your naturalism seems to be effective for the different characters. Because I never think of your characters as always being the same. Oh, here's Sharon doing her
typecast. Yeah. Well, that's good to know.
No, definitely. And I think the same goes for a lot of the other actors in the films who, they won't mind me saying, are sort of untrained actors, but are sort of giving their best as they can. So from any of the films then, do you have any particular memories that you think stand out? Like if someone was sort of asking you in general about your acting career, or some friend stopped you at work and said, like, what's the best experience you've had on set or whatever? Is there anything that comes across, or any story that you haven't shared yet that you kind of want to share?
I'm trying to think. I mean, in general, I loved being able to go so many places and film with them, because we've been all over the state and even New Hampshire and different places. And that's been really cool. In terms of stories that I haven't shared, everyone knows the story with Train Boy, and everyone knows the story with my 4:00 deadline in the beginnings of the films. And
I don't know that I've heard Train Boy before. I'm trying to think if I've heard the Train Boy story.
Train Boy is it was part of the deadline of the 4:00. So I had gone on, and back in 2006 for Freaky Farley, I had gone on my first date with my now husband, who we had met on the Boston Tea. And so he was a mystery until we had been meeting each other for months on the T and waving. And then we found out later I called him Train Boy and he called me Tea Girl.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And so our first date was the night before. And the next day I was supposed to film all day. And I was out really, really late the night before. And I was supposed to go out with him again after filming. And, I was filming all day. We were up at really early in the morning, and come around 4:00, I was like, I need to go. Like, I'm ready to go. I'm done with this. This has been a really long day. And it became this running joke that after 4:00, I'm done. I'm not going to give any more. And I need to be wrapping up at that point. So.
That's fair. And what does your husband think of the films? Is he like your number one fan, or is he just like, go do the movies? I don't really understand.
The latter.
Oh, okay.
He's gone to a few of the movie premieres when we had, I think we had one or two of them in the various theaters, and he's gone to see those. If I put a link in front of him, he wouldn't probably watch them. He's more of he's less of an independent film and horror fan, and more of a big blockbuster superhero movie fan. So not quite up his alley. Whereas I am a huge horror movie fan. I can't get enough. The horror is that's like all I want to watch, whether it be the worst horror movie made or the best. And I love all of it. So I'm always reaching out for things like that.
And is that something you and Tom did, like, as kids growing up? Like, because I know obviously Tom did the Shock Marathons thing with Charlie and Farley, watching a lot of those VHS classics, or did you come to that by yourself?
By myself. I don't have any real memories watching it with Tom. And I honestly don't think I really got involved until I started being in these. It wasn't something growing up that I was super, super into. And I'm sort of less into the older films and more into, I really like the classic, Kids in the Woods and, slasher and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I love all those. I eat those up.
Definitely. No, I'm trying to, at the moment, collect sort of an ultimate collection of slasher films. I have such a fondness for slasher films, because they are, they're the ones that are considered negative, even amongst horror fans. Like, even amongst horror fans, there are people like, well, I watch horror, but I don't watch slasher films. I'm like, I watch all slasher films all the time. Like, the sillier and goofier, the better. So, obviously, you've done a lot of work with Charlie and Farley. Has there ever been an urge to branch out and maybe find other like pockets of independent filmmakers who are doing this kind of thing that maybe you could act with them, or have you always just liked kind of being in these films and having your own niche there?
I am going to be Charlie and Farley to the end. I'm not going to venture out and try. Probably more having to do with my confidence in talent, but it's something that is fun for me to do on the side. It's not something that I'm going to pursue outside of them.
And have you ever had an experience? I think you were on Farley's show and you were talking about telling a few people at work about the films or something like that. But have you ever had any occasion where anyone outside of, I guess, the extravaganzas, but anyone coming up and sort of saying like, oh my goodness, you're in this film or anything like that, even locally where they might know it more? I don't know.
I haven't. The only people that have reached out through social media and things like that have been in some sort of network with Charlie and Farley, or I've seen the films. You know, I have some people on my Facebook and my Instagram's accounts that have messaged me to say, hey, can I friend you? I saw you in this. And, you know, I don't really know them, but yeah, I mean, that's always kind of cool. And I will plug things that are, there was a while, there was, I think it was either Freaky Farley or Monsters in Marriage. There was on demand. So I was sending people out to those to watch them on demand. I'll send people to the Amazon links and things like that. So I definitely keep plugging it, but I've yet to be recognized on the street.
One day we hope. One day we hope, because Matt's community and range and fandom seems to be growing and growing all the time. I think that you know, I know that the whole sort of TikTok and poop song stuff and things that he's been doing has really taken off. Interestingly, obviously maybe, but amongst a much younger demographic, and it's going to be interesting to see if that demographic like have the same reaction to the films, because I feel like the films come from a slightly different place. But it would also be super cool if like a bunch of 15-year-olds were watching these movies and kind of getting something out of it. So as your daughter grows up, will you be showing her the films?
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. She's gonna be into all this. And it's funny you mentioned that too, because she's really into the whole poop culture right now. She's 3. And one day, and I didn't even remember this, one day she was asking for a song about poop. I searched on Spotify and Poop in My Fingernails came up. And I was like, that's Farley. And it's one of her favorite songs. We listen to it at least a few times a week. She loves it.
Yeah, it's really taken off. You know, he's had people on Twitter ask him for the strict, because he's done these name poop songs now, and people are saying, you know, oh, can you do a name poop song for, you know, a name you've never heard of and couldn't spell if someone said it out loud, you know. And he's done them, like he's done thousands of them. So, and I'm the same. I get people more so on Twitter than any other of the social medias, but I get people following me on Twitter who are kind of from Farley's fan base and sort of not wanting to talk about the films, but just sort of being like, oh, Farley's been on After Movie Diner a few times, we'll follow that guy. And then they're always oddballs, but I appreciate it. Do you have a favorite out of any of the films that you've been in? Either a favorite because of your performance or character, or a favorite just to watch over and over again?
Looking back, I will always have a sweet spot for Freaky Farley. It was the first one, and you know, I remember the scene so clearly. I remember filming so clearly in all the different places. And, you know, it was the first time meeting Farley's parents. And it was freaky because it was October and the weather was fall, and, you know, all the scenes. And looking back when you watch the movie, I think I'm most proud of that one. I think sometimes even a little bit, I've overthought some of the the way I appear since then. And during that one, it was just so whatever. And then I think it actually came out the best personally, which is funny because you'd think you'd get better, but I think I peaked, and then I'm just trying to get back to that performance there.
Well, not at all. You're great in all of them, and I genuinely mean that. We love watching the films, and we love watching you in them. And I actually thought that I always thought Local Legends was sort of the most interesting character that you had been written for, because it's just such a unique take on that kind of that person you might come across, or that sort of love interest, I guess, in that movie in a weird way, but also an anti-love interest. I'd never really sort of seen a character like that in a film before. So it was one of those things where I'm like, and yet I think it resonates in a way. I'm like, oh yeah, I've definitely been there on occasions in my life. But I always think of that as a very interesting character in its own way. But yeah, Freaky Farley was the one. Like if I'd put Freaky Farley in the first 10 minutes, I watched that movie and within the first 10 minutes, I kind of thought, oh no, it's, I'm not into this, or, this is amateur, or this is whatever. I wouldn't have gone any further. I wouldn't have put in Monsters Marriage. I probably wouldn't have interviewed them. And then, years later, I wouldn't have been in Local Legends and Slingshot Cops. So it's fantastic. And it's the enduring movie, because it kind of started the ball rolling, as I said.
Agreed. Yeah. And I think I sometimes mix up the memories of filming between Monsters and then River Beast too, because I don't know if they were within a couple years of each other, but it was a lot of the outdoor scenes were kind of in similar settings. So I kind of mixed those up, and remembering the skinny dipping scene was River Beast. And that was always something. That was one of the reasons I still use my maiden name to be an actress, because I was terrified. A prospective employer would see an image of a skinny dipping scene and not want to hire me. But that one was a fun scene. I do remember filming that and thinking, my brother's got to see this.
I like the idea of a prospective employer sitting down and watching the whole movie, or at least, because it's not like in the first 10 minutes. So they'd have to watch, the first 40 minutes or whatever, in order to get to that scene, and then go, we were going to hire her, but based on this scene, I'm just going to put, that's fantastic. In some of the films, and I've got to remember which one, is it Monsters and Marriage, or is it River Beast, where you are McGee's daughter? Is that River Beast? I got to think. Yeah, no, it is. It's River Beast. You're Ali. You're Ali Stone, and he's Frank Stone.
Okay.
And so, and McGee remains this sort of elusive figure, because he's sort of on the screen, and he's this reoccurring thing in their films, and he's fantastic, and everyone loves him. He's a fan favorite, but apart from, I think, the odd podcast he's done with Farley, I think he's been on twice. He's obviously not on social media, and the fans don't really get to talk to him unless he shows up at the extravaganza, which was a pleasure to speak to him at the extravaganza. But what was working with McGee like? Because I'm fascinated to know. And how much time did you get with him? Because were they shot separately, or did you actually get to work together?
The first one, when I was his daughter, we were at his house. So we filmed for many, many hours at his house, and in and around his pool, in his backyard, and in his porch. And that was over a period of a couple of days, if I'm not mistaken. It was just absolutely delightful to work with. He was so much fun, telling stories in between. And we just had so much fun. I remember eating pizza in his backyard and just opening his house to us. And, this was still pretty new, because this was, I think, the second or third one was when I was at his house, and I filmed with him other places as well. I remember, and I'm mixing up the movies now too, when he was the statue in the town square, and we were at that.
Yeah, that's at the end of River Beast. That's when he's he's been killed but memorialized in a statue. And I think you're in like a college lecture hall or something. It looks like.
Yeah. And I wasn't expecting it. I'll never forget. He walked in the room just covered in paint. And I was like, now that is dedication to the part. But yeah, he's been great to work with. And obviously I haven't talked to him outside of working with him, but there was a great deal of hours we spent together getting these scenes done. And he's really easy to work with too, because he's sort of similar to me. Like he just delivers his lines and we move on. And there's not a lot of, pushback and, well, I think we should do it this way. Me and him are both kind of, we just kind of do what they tell us to do and hope for the best.
Yeah, no, the only two times I've ever worked with him was, or met him was, one at the Extravaganza where he kind of showed up and hung out in that little vestibule before he came in to do his song. And I was just buzzing around and like taking pictures with him and talking at him and stuff. And I'm sure he was like, all right, kid, get out of the way. And then at the Christmas special where we were all in the garage. And by that point, because as I said, Farley had kind of expanded his, group of actors or crew people. There was a ton of us like me and Seth and others who he knew from online and knew his films, but maybe McGee didn't know us or whatever. And I remember McGee showing up to do his like policeman scene or whatever in the Christmas special, and everyone being like, "Oh, it's McGee," like whispering and stuff. It was like this.
He's the elusive celebrity of the bunch.
Oh yeah. So the only thing I don't know, because I mean, you weren't in the scenes that I was in Metal Detector Maniac. What can you tell us about your role in that? Just before we wrap up.
Oh right, I'm trying to think back to that one. Now that one was.
We filmed that.
Farley's Garage
was it 2019? I think we filmed that.
Oh my God!
I think I definitely filmed my bits before we closed down for the pandemic, unless I filmed it early 2020.
I believe that was the one. I had a number of scenes with my brother, and we were never actually in the same room, which was really interesting the way they did that one. And a lot of that was, if I remember correctly, a lot of that was done in Farley's garage and in his backyard. That one is, it honestly, it probably has the least impact of jogging my memory.
Well, we haven't seen it yet. I think that's probably the trouble, is that it hasn't been released yet.
Yeah,
so.
That's probably part of it. And admittedly, my characters run together in some of these, and especially the latter ones. I have less screen time and less lines in those. And Metal Detectors, I wasn't super involved in that one. So I don't honestly. I have to wait to see it, and then I'll be able to comment back on what was going through my head.
I think I'm in the next one. That they're doing. Hopefully, our paths will cross again on screen, which would be awesome. Thank you ever so much for being on the After Movie Diner today. It's been a pleasure to talk Farley and acting and all that stuff with you, Sharon. So thank you for agreeing to do this. And I was joking with Farley last night on text message that when we get to our 15th anniversary of the After Movie Diner, it'll be after this 5-year run of 2 movies a year. So we'll have to do another big retrospective of all those. Let's see how many movies they actually do in the next 5 years. And if it's all of them, if it's all 10 of them, we'll have a lot to talk about when that happens.
I'm down to be in them if they can do them.
Yeah, most definitely. Me too. Thanks again for being on the show. And we'll talk again soon. All the best, Sharon.
All right, you too. Thank you. Bye.
Been a long and bumpy road, weathering the ups and the downs, trying to make smiles from the frowns while talking about movies. We've averaged about 34 episodes a year, and still the journey isn't completed. We may be downtrodden, but we'll never be defeated, and we've talked a lot of different movies. famous hosts, co-hosts and celebrities galore. Drama and action and tits and gore. Hardly anyone ever asking for more, yet we still did more episodes regardless. From the sketches, the songs and the sheds, from Woods and Weller to Sleazy Spade or Springtime, from Donald Pleasance's brilliance and Eric Idle's cinematic crimes. Most of you listeners clinging on, despite the movies. Remember that time with Michael Ironside, Clint Howard, Joe Bob Briggs and Barbara Crampton, Steve Guttenberg, Scott Atkins, Fred the Hammer Williamson and Keith Coogan. Just a few luminaries who told us about their movies, new films and old films and forgotten gems, reconnecting with the established while making new friends. And probably most of you out there just praying this would end, yet we're still doing more episodes regardless. And if I'm permitted, before we go bust, there's just one thing to say, but really I must. Try for one moment to put down all your sex toys, control your fevered lust. And for goodness sake, watch Nick Cage and Elijah Wood in The Trust. It really is so very good. We even interviewed the directors. Yes, we interviewed the directors. That's just how good it was. So no one knows what the future holds. One more year or perhaps another decade. Do we burn out or do we quietly fade? And how will we feel about all these movies? But if our paths have crossed now, before or in the future, because of something related to the after movie diner, then really out of all the people in existence, there's no one finer than the one who can put up with my opinions on movies, like Jim. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. This ain't the end, but the future is uncertain. But the future always is. You can't let that be a burden. But please know wherever I am and whatever I'm doing, it's all about the movies. I'll never fall fully out of love with the movies. I want you all to live long and prosper and watch a lot of movies. Yeah, live long and prosper, you bastards, and watch a shit ton of movies. Alright, that's your lot. Get lost.